Hello, chat. How you doing? I just had a little cry about my dad. So, I'm doing anxiety at an 11, tears at a 6. Hey, Nandreen. Hey, Avalon of Babylon. Damn, I'm still looking cute even though I cried. 10 out of 10. Would recommend Tarte Cosmetics. Makes you feel better. I'm gonna come out to my parents later. Yo, chat, everyone wish Entrama good luck, okay? Hey, Straw NB, how you doing? Welcome to my Twitch chat. Let's open up the YouTube chat as well while we're at it. Also, chat, go hit the follow button or the subscribe button and the like button over on YouTube, because we are 6 subscribers away from 1,700, and that'd be neat. Be neat to hit that number. Well, we can be YouTube partner whatevs now. We are a YouTube partner. We have been the entire damn time. I have tomorrow off thanks to Dark Brandon making Juneteenth a federal holiday. I don't know if I'll be streaming tomorrow. I might be playing D&D. Tonight we're raising funds to pressure RFK Jr. to come on the show and debate Riverboat Jack. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I'll debate RFK Jr. I'll be the debate equivalent of a grassy knoll. Let's go. Hey, Astral Storm, how you doing? Hey, Rad Little Razzie. Hey, Stormy Dragon 1. Hello, Carla's Wild Ride. Hello, Christinos. Hello, Felicity 91. Hello, VCC TV. Hello, Calliope Salcrame. Hello, Neuron. Hello, Paladin. Hello, everybody. Oh damn, Paladin, are you a secret white name? This was only to begin. The only way to begin is by beginning. True. I'd stroke out from his concentrated idiocy. Looks blue to me. Yeah, but you don't have the star next to your name. Gasp. I'm glad you enjoyed that one, Vox and Socks. I feel like it went over a lot of people's heads. Did you have an alright day, phone call aside? I had a really interesting meeting earlier today. I don't want to go into too many details, but I might be working on a upcoming messaging campaign, which would be really cool. Oh damn! welcome.
None of y'all are gifting me. But wahahaha. But wahahaha. But wahahaha. BWA.
Paladin, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom. Hello, Gerodimus Prime. Where have you been? Haven't seen you in a hot minute. BWA. How you doing, Metal Kitty Mom? Right? Gamer G, there's just something real funny about the text-to-speech. How we all doing, folks? Y'all doing okay? Babes with attitude. BWA. Hey, Matatayahu. Matatayahu. And hello, Rastabas. Alright, folks. You guys ready? You guys ready for some shit? I organized all my craft stuff and cleaned the fuck out of my house. I'm ready for ice cream. I have been too busy or too preoccupied to clean my house, and it's a fucking disaster. Or too depressed, you know. Those three things go hand in hand. Pour myself some water. I figured while we watch this, we could also watch a debate over the validity of trans people, because I for one like hearing people in the year 2023 defend the basic right for trans people to exist and be respected alongside of cis people. Gerodimus Prime, I knew you were sneaking out of stream to cheat on me with some other content creator. How dare you? Also, if anybody in Twitch chat or YouTube chat wants to hop on over to riverboat.gg, Kyryu216 is currently offering 3 gifted tier 1 subs to first come, first serve. Nine-tailed witch. A wooga, indeed. Yeah, Metal Kitty Mom. It's been rough in my head lately. We are the superior chat. True. Also, I just feel like I look old today, you know? It's weird. Okay. I love you guys. We're gonna finish Hollow Knight today. How you guys feel about them apples? I was watching a stream all about some Vosh drama, but I only caught the end of it. Something happened with old Ian. I mean, the only thing I know that happened with Vosh is that the same thread that always goes around about him being like a pedophile went around. And like, it's just like clipped out of context shit, essentially. It's the same stuff. Like, a long time, like, not a long time ago, but like a few years ago, he like made an argument as to why a child, like basically pointing out that society has a double standard when it comes to the exploitation of children, when it comes to you know, child pornography, and the exploitation of children when it comes to, you know, child slave labor. You know, we abhor child pornographers, and rightfully so. But we seem to give a pass to you know, child slave labor when it comes to like our garments or our like silicon for our computers and shit, you know? Did a mega debunk of the thread a few days ago. My mom has been watching it all day. Yo, your mom watches Vosh? Watch his second channel vid on it. It just dropped. I had it 2x, so it only took 30 minutes. Really goes through it. Yeah, like Vosh isn't a perfect content creator, guys, but like, yeah, like it basically he tried to do a really edgy like thing, and it didn't really work. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I forgot to switch it over to the Vigi game. There you go. See my Discord DM the other week? Maybe. Like, I gotta be honest with you, my brain has not been in a place to absorb a ton of information lately. 3 generations of my family watch Vosh. That's wild. Yeah, look, I just... Yeah. There's also, like, another clip where, like, it seems like it's trying to make him... It seems like it's him saying that, like, it would be ethical for, like, an adult and a child to have a sexual relationship, but, like, if you watch the full clip, it's very clear that he's not saying that it is ethical for an adult and a child to have a sexual relationship. The argument is, even if it was ethical in, like, a singular instance, it would still not be justifiable as a rule for society for, like, children and adults to be, like, sexually together. You know? But yeah, I typically don't go super into, like, the Vosh allegations, because, like, frankly, it's not my job to do that, and also, I feel like most of the people doing it are doing it dishonestly. Yeah, no, it is like when people clip Hassan out of context. And, like, there are valid things to, like, criticize Vosh for, you know, like, some of the way, like, specifically in a lot of, like, phrasing of arguments early on. And still from time to time today. Though I can't think of anything recent that I would do that for. But, like, I don't know. A lot of the criticism is just very dishonest, in my opinion. You definitely could have worded quite a few things better. Yeah. But again, not my job to, like, patrol how, like, other streamers word their arguments when I agree with them on, like, 99% of other things. I do have one request, though, just in terms of, like, discourse. I don't really feel, like, up for discourse today, but, can we as, like, leftists agree to not do the whole, like, can we not do, like, the new wave of, like, pro segregation arguments? Can we just not? Can we, like, not do that? That'd be nice. So it's like there are valid criticisms of Vosh. Why are people making shit up about pedophilia? Well, because initially the people who compiled those dishonest clips were neo-Nazis who were mad and wanted to make him look bad. And then, like, other leftists who dislike Vosh just kept using them and circulating them again. What? Were you guys not aware of this? New arguments for segregation. Somebody like fucking necro, pulled some like necromancy and like made the like revived the argument of like the necessity of maintaining pure black bloodlines, and like that same can we not do that again? Can we not like have an entire like month of like leftist discourse about how like mixed race people don't deserve to exist because they're polluting the black bloodline? Like I don't want to do that again. It's not even segregation, but it's socialist. It's just people who think that like integration was a mistake. That's being brought back? Yeah, literally like some account from like a day or two ago reposted the exact same shit about like about how you know, within 2 generations all of this disappeared, you know? All of the melanin disappeared. Is it the same photo of the baseball player? Yep. It is indeed the same photo. It's good to have lefties that appeal to edgy edge boys. Unless they go down the right-wing rabbit hole. That's not left, that's just Nazis. Yeah. Except they really like to portray themselves as left. It's frustrating, to say the least. Oh, a boss. Ow. Ow. There we go. We did it! True, KBS, true. I would just like to not have that discourse again. Like, I'm tired of having to say, and then having, like, let me put it this way. There are other streamers who say, who like, agree with this shit, who ostensibly are on the left. And I find it really both distressing and depressing to see it happen over and over and over again, and I just want to, I don't know, it's wild that in 2023 I have to say something like mixed race people deserve to live. Like, deserve to live without being shamed for having, like, diluted blood. Jesus Christ. That's it. Yeah, exactly, Shaloon. Finding all the secret stuff up here. Was that not part of Leftist 101? I mean, maybe I need to, like, make a Leftism for Dummies video or something, you know? Maybe that'd be good. Oh, I didn't explore up there. Okay. The X percentage rule is pervasive, though. I'm partially of Cherokee descent. My father was Cherokee enough to be enrolled in the tribe, but I am not. Yeah, like, I don't know, guys. Like, blood quantum shit, I don't think it leads to a lot of great things. Which is why I know that there are a number of native tribes that are against that concept. But also, like, you know, up to them to decide, I suppose. Ow. 3 juicy subs available with no bites. Yeah, chat over on riverboat.gg. Man, you can tell my brain is not firing at 100% today. Sorry, guys. But yeah, chat. If you're on riverboat.gg and you would like to donate, click the donate button. And if you'd like to give subs, click the sub button. But also, if you're over on Twitch, please consider dropping a sub or a dono over on riverboat.gg, a website where I do not have to split subs 50-50 with Jeff Bezos, which is just real nice. I don't know where I'm going. Ow. What does a riverboat.gg sub get me? It gets you more emotes. Gets you more emotes and a fun, differently colored name in chat for bragging rights. And the knowledge that you are supporting me financially more effectively than on YouTube or on Twitch. Literally, on Twitch, it's a 50-50 split with Jeff Bezos. On YouTube, it's a 70-30 split. So if you would like to support me 100%, riverboat.gg is the place to be. Hallownest's crown, eh? This seems important. Got some pale ore, baby. Okay, chat. Should I jump down? Or should I dash off to the side and see how far I get? I can't get on GG because I'm only on mobile, but I hope you feel better. Well, thanks, Calliope Alcreme. There is a more mobile optimized version of the site if you click on the support tab on mobile, but I understand. Oh yeah, you also get pronouns tags, so I know what to use for you guys. Side, 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 let's go. What? Okay. Well, that was anticlimactic. We'll try that again. It's down here. Ah. How you doing, Metal Kitty Mom? We did it, baby! Okay, we're gonna climb up the mountain again and see what happens. Doing okay? I had a bad brain day yesterday. Hey, that's me today! She just like me for real. Oh? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just some. Maybe it's honestly it could be the increased hatred around Pride Month. You know, the amount of hate that people have been like trans people and like queer people in general have been getting this month has been absolutely off the charts. Damn it. Also, terrible air quality. The air has been genuinely disturbingly bad. Twitch is for growing, YouTube is for showing. Kinda, yeah. Alright. Okay, so I guess if you just fall down anywhere here. Thanks, Kyryu. Appreciate it. Damn. Okay then. We'll just heal up. Neighbors are having a party and the music is blaring, but I don't want to be a rude Karen. A chatter. I got you, baby. I was not expecting a chatter. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Huh. Getting out of here is gonna be tricky. Damn it. It was a trap. Damn it. Fuck. Fuck. Yep. Nope. Fuck. Okay. Wait a minute. Why does this map look weird? Gotta get my souls back. Oh god. Damn it. Damn it! If I go in here, I have the same problem again. Damn it! Damn it, damn it. Oh, yes! There we go. Nailed it. We're good. We Gucci. Okay, we're good. No! Talk about deliciousness mixed with happiness? Hell yeah. Ever play a game of dozens, hundreds, even thousands of hours and wonder if you're spending so much time on this one game that you could be missing out on an even better game? Yes. And that game is called The Game of Life, am I right, chat? Huh. Put down those Xboxes and start picking up those tackle boxes, am I right? myself a rancid egg. Geronimus Prime, I hope you've been doing okay. I do miss you guys when you all disappear for, you know, periods of time, you know. Let's see. Let's go to the resting grounds, maybe. A lot of life changes, moving to a more southern state in a couple months. Kind of nervous about it. Well, Geronimus Prime, you are indeed correct. There are gonna be good left-leaning people all over the place. Just gotta find them. That can be a trick, but you know what? That's okay. Wait, did I already do this mound? Oh, hi, Mana King. I think I did this place already. Yeah. Damn it. Damn it. Oof. Do 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 do. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! It's fine. I'm not mad. You're mad. Gotta go all the way back down to the Pound Mound. Hey, purple gold anime hero. Also, has anyone seen Hale Soybeck around recently? They're another chatter who just kind of faded away, and I hope they're doing all right. You know, I do learn your names, guys, and I do wonder what happens to you. Oh, Nindrine, I'm sorry. Soybeck was here like 2 weeks ago? Were they? I mean, still, 2 weeks is a long time. I worry about you guys. I'm stream mom. I worry about you. Are your grades good? Are you eating well? I just want to know you're okay, sweeties. Oh, damn it, I didn't actually go get my... Damn it. Medicated, eating shitty? Hey, same. Ah, Wielder! You've returned. Let me have a look at the dream nail. The dream nail grows bright. Holds over 1,200 essence. Looking into it, I can see so many memories peering back at me. So many asking to be remembered. None of us can live forever. And so we ask those who survive to remember us. Hold something in your mind and it lives on with you, but forget it, you seal it away forever. That is the only death that matters. Ah, so they say. Enough of that, though. Take this relic and come back to me with 1,500 essence. Go. Well, I got the arcane egg. What does that do? Arcane egg. Assuming that's a badge. Ooh, Hive Blood is actually a really good one. Mysterious stone egg from before the birth of Hollow Nest. Relic from the ancient past. This item now holds little value except for those dedicated to history. Oh. Oh. I'm so close to having enough essence. Okay, so now we need to go get our thing back. We need to go get our soul back, which we can do by going this way. Hello, friend. The resting grounds. Passengers would come here to conduct the rituals for those who had passed on. Not anymore, though. Perhaps the dead conduct their own rituals now. It's been over a year since I got out of the army, so that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Congrats. You know, I'ma just cheat a little bit here. Yeah, you could have this rancid egg. I don't care. I don't even know what to spend my money on anymore. I just have so much of it. Hey, Chainsaw. Cash, Coffee, and Chaos. I'm the king of YouTube chat. You are. You are, by default, king of YouTube chat at the moment. Take me to the resting grounds. Okay, let's see if we can find out what in the middle here. Oh wait, no. That goes to we know where that goes. Yeah. Yeah, see, we can see the resting grounds are connected that way. Looks like maybe over to the left here of the Forgotten Crossroads, there's like one additional like drop down. Looks like. Maybe we could access that. We also haven't found the map for we haven't actually found the map for the bubble area. Yeah. Okay. Haven't found the map for the bubble area. Let's do that. We'll head to the Queen Station. Head to the Queen Station. I think with the double jump, I can get to this place in the Greenway too. Hey, wholesome Kyryu. So, yes. Yeah, we'll go to the Queen Station. Yo, Metal Kitty Mom, you've had you 5-year anniversary, job-iversary. Congrats. Okay, we're gonna go back into the Fog Canyon because I just really, well, I can't do anything at the Fog Canyon because it has those damn barriers. Doesn't it? Damn it. That being the case, I'm pretty sure I've explored the Greenway about as much as I can here. We'll go to the green path, baby. Grunting chatter in the game is is me. Why are you called River Bowout, Jack? 255 AD. I'm called Riverboat Jack because it's an actual actual nickname that I had at one point in my life. My first job was as a camp counselor, and at one point we were all going around introducing ourselves to like the board of directors at the camp, and one of the guys who ran the camp essentially was like, "Well, whoa, your name's Jack? well, my great aunt, she told me we can't name our son Jack because if we do, everyone will think of Riverboat Jack, the gambler. And like everyone like just went quiet. We're like, what the hell? And later on, like the other camp counselors and I like looked up Riverboat Jack, the gambler, and yeah, there was no Riverboat Jack the Gambler. That wasn't actually a thing. But for the rest of the summer, the other camp counselors called me Riverboat Jack and came up with different little shanties about my escapades. And yeah, that is the origin of Riverboat Jack. And then I decided to take it as like a username because it amused me. The end. Nicknames are one of those things one gets when they have meaningful interaction with other humans. Hence why I have no nickname. Aw, Mythomist. Please regale us with one of those. I was like, Riverboat Jack, she'll steal all your money. Riverboat Jack, you know, stuff like that, you know. Riverboat Jack, she'll steal all your money. Riverboat Jack, make you feel all funny. Riverboat Jack, I don't know. I had no friends growing up, so I didn't earn a nickname. Aw. Well, I was also called Jackalope growing up, but like that's not as fun of a nickname, in my opinion. I do like jackalopes, though, conceptually. Wait, I also didn't get maps for the Queen's Gardens. What the hell? I need to find that goddamn map, man. Riverboat Jack, she'll steal all your money. Aw, 255 AD, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. The cartoon of you with Pepe on your knee reminds me of my relationship with the plushie we called Froggy that my mom had as a kid. Gave to me when I was little. He's probably somewhere in the attic now. Wait, get him out! Save him! Oh, I can't actually enter the Queen's Gardens? Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I just think the little Pepe frog is really cute. He's a cute little guy. He's a little rascal, just like my chatters. Okay. Don't think we can get to the places we wanted to go down here. This is frustrating. I guess I'm just gonna go to where I know I can make progress at this point. I know there's more exploration I could do. Hey, Punky Gal. But I'm not gonna do that. Nope. Nope. Peepo is a rebel like us. The cutest little rebel you ever done see. Okay, we want to go up. And I guess we'll go back to... We'll go to the Forgotten Crossroads, see what we can do up here. Are you down with the kids, as they say? I don't know what the fuck that means, so rephrase your question. The cool kids call her RBJ, RBJ, RBJ. She'll debate you, bro, you any day. Still working on that one. It's true, I will debate bro anyone.
Nuts pour babies.
Anyone, anytime, anywhere. You know, sometimes the Queen's Guard just pass out from exhaustion. It's considered a rite of passage. They all go up for beers after. Huh. Which queen? I gave up being cool a long time ago. Same. Embrace the cringe, my friends. By embracing cringe, you achieve true freedom. Only by being truly free will you ever be cool. Yo, Metal Kitty Mom, you've been subscribed for 22 years, baby! 22 years as a Riverboat Jack subscriber. Amazing. Incredible. Ow. That was fucking awesome. Wait, what was fucking awesome? Hundreds of stuffed animals as a kid. My parents eventually had to be like, your feet are pushing the... them out the bottom. Can we send some of them up? Oh, that's always sad. Because they're just good friends, you know? They're cute little friendos. Chat, do any of you over empathize with stuffed animals? Because I do. Shower me in riches, my grubby friends. Look at all these chatters. We just need 2 more. We need 2 more little grubby friends. Ow. Go, and we head off to the left. Let's go. Allium, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. I appreciate that. Damn it. Oh, it goes to the Fog Canyon. Okay, so both of those go to the Fog Canyon, which I can't get to the dumb map guy because he is trapped behind a black barrier that I cannot penetrate. Much like all of these other places that I've yet to get to. Maybe I could go to the King's Station, see if I can do something over there. I also have another basic key. If we go to the King's Station, that should help. Yeah, let's do that, I guess. I don't know, like, man, stuffed animals, they never hurt. They never hurt nobody. They're just there to be your friend. And I know they're not, you know, technically sentient or whatever, but like, I don't know. You see a child sad about a stuffed animal in a movie, and it breaks my heart. Okay, can't go up, so we gotta go around, I guess. They also need snuggles, it's true. Hiya! I have stuffed animals, they bring me comfort. Yeah. Is it weird to have collected hundreds of stuffed animals as a cishet guy? Like, I initially said no, so they got me a hammock to put the smaller ones in. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily super weird. Maybe it's weird if you have like an altar to them or something, you know, like. But like, I don't think it's weird to have like your most precious like childhood stuffed animals and stuff. I mean, I guess to everything there's like a limit, but like, I don't know. For me, it'd be it's not like a big deal. I got my homeboys. I got Bear. I got Blue Bear, and I got Manfred. Manfred's a dog, but he looks like a bear. You do you, baby. I mean, more weird than an 11-year-old girl. Yeah, but I mean, like, I don't know, it's not... Let me put it this way. I would think it's weird for, like, a guy or girl who is an adult to have, like, a large collection of porcelain dolls, for example. Not because I think there's anything wrong with collecting porcelain dolls, but because it would freak me the fuck out. Because I'm afraid of porcelain dolls, okay? They're gonna come alive and kill me at some point. But, like, I don't think it's weird to have them, you know? Okay, we are going... King Station. Oh, Geronimus Prime, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to give you, like, an existential crisis. I said... You would think everyone knows that porcelain dolls are cursed, but they don't. And it's freaky. Ow. God damn it. One of the last chatters. You stay away from him, you son of a bitch. I got you, baby. Don't you worry. Still sleep with one of my stuffed animals, a plush of BJ from Barney and Friends show. Oh, you do you, okay? Use the simple key. Songstress Marissa, a voice to ease all burdens and still all troubled minds. Oh? Secret. I have a polar bear named Barry White. I got him when I was 1. He has a squeaker in his paw. His name that way because he's very white. There's a Barry Jr. Goldie, my golden retriever Stuffy. Bangle, my tiger Stuffy. Sharklin, a Blahaj, and then Penelope, the piranha plant. That's adorable. Thanks for sharing that stuff with me, chat. I know it's not always the easiest thing to share with people, but like, it's really cute though. Oh, secret. Secret. Double secret. Skroink! You look pretty skinny! Very scrawny. That's the way to be, I reckon. Just look at me, a big, great, juicy, fatty, oily, scrumptious bug. No wonder I'm so popular around here. Been waiting an awfully long while. Surely it's dinner time soon. Fairly well. It's dinner time for you. Skroink! Did I ever check out the guy who tells YouTube stories? I have not had the time to do that now. Skroink! A big Snorlax plush that I nap with sometimes, and I'm a guy. Don't let haters tell you. Yeah. Don't let haters get to you, okay, chat? Not gonna lie, we'll have travel stuffies with me when I start traveling. Hell yeah. The Pleasure House. Ooh. And a bench. All right. Secrets. What is this place? What? So the woman who babysat me when I was a toddler collects porcelain baby dolls and sometimes walks around with them in strollers. My dad told me that recently. I keep wondering what's that about. Like maybe it's her way of coping and not being able to take care of actual babies anymore given her age. I don't know. Like, people like to do weird shit. You know? I don't know that anyone could tell you what the deal with that is except her, you know? That's why we need entire fields of study for, like, human psychology. Welcome to my stage, little one. I am Marissa, a songstress of some renown. Though given the sorry state of this place, you may find it hard to believe. Huge crowds once flocked to hear me sing. Then something changed. The audience, once so enwrapped, began to leave. I continued to sing, yet My voice fell silent upon their ears. Perhaps you'd care to listen to me sing, being the first in an age to hear it. Okay. Cuphead was fun to play on stream. Quasi-spec, I would recommend that one. Hollow Knight's also really good. It's not nearly as hard as people said it was. Even if it's only you, it's a wonderful thing to have an audience again. What was the debate we were going to watch later? Gotta mentally prepare myself. It's about whether or not trans people are valid. The answer may surprise you. Sad day. Indeed you do, Gamer G. Okay. Maybe there's an area over here we can get to. I've evolved beyond the need for money in-game. In real life, however, I do need money in order to live. So if you would like to support my ability to live, please do consider dropping some subs or donos towards riverboat.gg, because that is what allows me to continue to make content. Yeah. Oh. sell this guy
Velmi
some stuff.
Artred.
Wanderer's Journal.
Velmi Artred.
A Wanderer's Journal, yes. Yes! I'll add it to the pile with the others. I don't know when I'll get to decipher this one. It's long, hard work translating the many languages of the bugs that explore these caverns.
Velmi Artred.
Ah! This seems like a simple egg, but it's actually a precious relic from before the birth of Hallownest. I'll pay you a small fortune for it. Please, sell it to me.
Gachael.
An arcane egg, eh? Now this is an ancient thing. These relics are the prize of my profession. There's knowledge hidden within, though it's very difficult, painstaking work to extract. One large understanding can be gleaned, though. The civilization may claim itself the first, but something else did exist within this place before Hallownest. Each egg offers a narrow glimpse into that forgotten age.
Velmi Artred. War's son?
A king's
Gian.
idol. There's many of these as you've delivered. The other relic seekers like to think I've gone mad for the king. Pah, who am I kidding? They'll only be jealous of my collection. Find me more.
Velmi Artred. Velmi Artred. Velmi Artred. War's
Another
son?
Hallownest seal.
Gian.
Pass it over. Ah, I enjoy collecting the like. There's little information to be gleaned of each. Mind you, they do keep a nice shine about them, and there's nothing wrong with appreciating something purely on aesthetic merits.
Velmi Artred. War's son? Gian. Velmi Artred.
Wait, does he just say the same thing each time?
Opal.
Others have told me there's a statue out by the city's entrance depicting a large knightly figure. Could be one of the kingdom's great five. I've looked over it myself, but the gate's long been shut tight. And it's too much of a hassle taking the long way around with all those blasted husks about.
Velmi Artred. War's son?
But not for
Gian.
finding these. Corpses must be frequent on your journey. No doubt your nails created many more.
Velmi Artred. Gachael.
Another wanderer's journal, eh? This journal is of a traditional stone type. Text endures well upon it. In its declining age, the city switched from stone to parchment woven of spider's silk. It's a small tragedy, but the moisture in these towers has rendered most of those texts illegible.
Velmi Artred. War's son?
Wanderer's journal.
Gian.
Have you heard the saying about stone journals? If danger lurks close by and your nail has been dulled by wear, just swing your journal at your foes with blunt and deadly flair. It's a good one, isn't it? And accurate. They sure have a heft to them.
Velmi Artred. Opal.
What's that? A Wanderer's Journal. So many of these now. Once I get around to deciphering them all, I'll be preeminent scholar on Hallownest's dead.
Velmi Artred. War's son?
Wanderer's Journal. It's
Gian.
quite incredible how many of these you've collected. Must have traveled the breadth of the kingdom to accrue such a haul.
Velmi Artred. Opal.
Wanderer's Journal. It's incredible how many of these you've collected.
Velmi Artred.
I'm just gonna sell them all of my
Gachael.
journals.
Liasoke. Velmi Artred. Gachael. Liasoke.
Yep, that's a Hallownest seal, all right. Shop will be overflowing with these things soon. Ah, never guessed so many would still be laying around. If they're as common as you make them seem, maybe I've been offering too much for them.
Velmi Artred.
I mean, 25.5 AD, maybe you're right. I'm just saying, I got no idea what's going on in most other people's heads, and I try not to presume to know.
Velmi Artred. Velmi Artred. Gachael.
You're a
Liasoke.
talented collector, all right. The best I've met. If you keep at it, I'll worry I'll run out of space in my shop.
Velmi Artred. War's son?
Hallownest seal.
Gian. Velmi Artred. Opal. Velmi Artred. Kachail, bleed Velmi Artrit.
What am I supposed to do with endgame Geo
Opal.
in Hollow Knight?
Velmi
Hollow Knight.
Boris' son? Giad. Helmadelka.
Looks like you don't have any relics on you. If you manage to find any in good condition, bring them here and I'll give you a fair amount of Geo for them. Okay. I have so much money now. Anyone else want to hug this duck? Hug this duck? Hug this duck? Anybody else want to hug this duck? Hug this duck? Hug this duck? LB, what's up? Okay, well, I don't think I can make more progress until I go to the Forgotten Crossroads and break this seal. Like, let's just take a quick look. Both of these are cut off in the Kingdom's Edge. Can't get the map in the area over here. Maybe there'd be a way to go up in Deep Nest here. That's like the last idea I have for additional exploration areas. So, let's go do that. I see. Jack making progress. I feel like I'm close to the end, or like the near end of the game. Okay. I'm a very progressive streamer. I am. I try to be. God darn it. Oof. Almost got me. Not today, I'm making cake today. Nah, you're not cool enough to hang with me, boys. Okay. We're gonna go to the deep nest and we'll see what we can do over here. I'm not gonna be super hopeful here. Moving right along. Singing a little song. I'm not freaked out at all. Not even a little bit. Just moving right along. Singing my little song. How are you all doing today on Father's Day? You guys having a good one with your dads? Oh, did I seriously just not? I just didn't explore up here. Okay. I bet the last chatter is hidden here. We only needed 2 more, chat. Oh, damn it. Ow. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, nope. Ow. Hate spiders in video games? True. Did Ben Shapiro make his joke again? Probably. Or he might have been too busy being horny about that topless trans lady at the White House. Who knows?
Calamato, listen.
What? What?
Is it a mask or a face upon the creature? In Hallownest, a difficult thing can be to decipher. A wonderful thing to have a face, but a thing with which we are all blessed. This kingdom's faceless I shall provide. A mask, a face, doesn't need one, does it not? To define, to focus, to exist. Does it know of the face that hides beneath such remarkable contrast the worm conceived?
Aduh. Desra. Yeah, Desra.
Well, this is
Sabina.
interesting.
I
I was hoping
Salamatu.
to find a chatter,
Salamatu. Relation.
and yet we do not find a chatter. It seemed like a lot of work for no real reason here. Other than maybe lore reasons? Yes? Well, fiddle faddle. Yeah, I'm sorry, Chad. I said it. I said it. I dropped the hard F. And I'll do it again. God is my witness. All right. I know, I'm sorry I made you uncomfortable, chat, but sometimes you guys gotta hear the hard truth. And today, the hard truth was a load of fiddle faddle, and I'm sorry. Jack teaching me slurs. Oh no, Gomez, no! Mommy, Riverboat Jack is teaching me slurs. No, Timmy, no! I swear to Christ, Jim, we show him one transgender and suddenly he's saying words like fiddle faddle. This is why we need to eliminate transgenderism from modern society. Hey, Chelsea is okay. How we all doing, folks? Okay. Yeah, that was all there was. Okay. You show a kid one fucking rainbow and it's all over. The gays are too powerful, Beth. First my Naruto loving son and now this. God damn it. Alright, fine. We're just going straight to the boss battle. Damn it. Or I'm just gonna fucking die like a dipshit. Oh yeah, also the stream is still sponsored by Babbel, chat. If you guys want to learn a language and help the stream out, you can. I certainly would appreciate it. And I would also appreciate it if someone were to, say, gift subs or make donos, because that is genuinely what allows me to survive. Without your support, I will perish, much like the dodo or the Australian devil dog. Can confirm they all perished, exactly. Oh, you don't know what I'm talking about? Well, you would if they didn't perish. In the bath, healing up my back. All right, time for boss battle. I'm presuming. We go, going up, we're going up, we're going up, going up, we're going up, ow! I got hit by a thing and another thing. I don't like getting hit by things in video games. First it was 1 and then it was 2. I don't really like it, how about you? Frickin' damn it. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. I count 0 personally for this run. Alright. Oh wait. Let's get a reward for our last little chatter return. Now I know you guys need one more. Hoping it's hiding at the end of the game. Whatever. It's fine. Right, what up, nerds? Woke you guys up. What's up? It's true, not subbing or gifting donos is indeed transphobic, chat. You're being transphobic to me on Father's Day. A very transphobic holiday. Sometimes. And during Pride Month. It's double whammy, okay? It's dark in here. Why? Don't mind if I do. Vessel, though bound, you shall know the state of the world. Hallownest will be whole again. Oh, completion percentage is now viewable in inventory. That's nice. 79% complete. Let's go. Oh, Kyryu, thank you for the 3 gifted tier 1 subs.
Asterisk, gifted asterisk 3 tier 1 asterisk subscriptions.
Hell yeah. Nani? Sup? Well, it doesn't seem very nice to leave you chained up here, friendo. Howdy! My name is Hollow Knight. How are you? Wait, I thought I was... Roll credits. Roll credits. Well, this music is cool as fuck. Salmon Moose, thank you for the 10 gifted subs! Ow. What the hell? Let me bounce on you. Damn. I think I actually got pretty close to beating him if I hadn't been dumb about it. Just let me bounce on you. Oh, please, Mr. Hollow Knight. Let me bounce on you. Okay. Wait, I can just do... I can do a thing. Let's see. Nail Master's Glory. Long nail. We could do... LB?
OMG, it's the Hollow Knight from Hollow Knight. Whoa, 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 wow, wow. Mwahaha,
Whoa, 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 whoa.
ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha, wow.
Thank you for the tier 2 sub. I appreciate that, LB. All right. Hey, nerd. Damn. Damn it. Oh, we're so close. Father says it's my time on Hollow Knight. Here. We'll do Stinky. It's time for the Stinky build. Uh-oh. Stinky. Stinky. You might be scary and big, but you know what? Damn it. Oh no. Got him, baby! I will become your Hollow Knight! Damn, son. I played a little bit of, like, the reboot of Rayman. Damn, that was good, y'all. But I never found out how to break the black little line things. That was really, that was fun. I enjoyed that. Does it let me go back now and, like, try to go for, like, 100%? Or do I need to play through the entire game again? There were a few areas I didn't find yet. I think you can go back. Well, we're watching the credits first. The Hollow has been knighted. I think I sealed away whatever illness was befalling Hollow Nest, or Hallow Nest. Like Diablo! I think Rayman Origins. I think I might have this and not know it. I'm mostly listening for you for your playthrough, so barely spoiled too. Hell yeah. How long did that playthrough take? Like maybe 20 hours? Maybe? Why your hair always look amazing? Because I washed it and I use conditioner. Also, fun fact, if you're a trans lady, use conditioner on your goddamn hair. That's what it's for. You put it, you shampoo the roots, and then you condition the longer parts of your hair.
Well done on achieving this great feat. You persevered and you triumphed. We hope you enjoy yourself in the world of Hollow Knight. We'll meet again soon on the road ahead. Team Cherry.
Conditioner will ruin my hair? Oh, 24 hours, my bad. You need to find the right conditioner. I promise. Steel Soul mode. No shade, no reviving. Wait. Death is permanent? Meaning, like, if I die in the game, I die for real? In the game? Conditioner and Dreads are not happy partners. True. Ooh, now it's all red and such. Wait, so if I die in the game with that mode on, I have to restart the entire game over? Just came out to my brother, who was super supportive. Entrama! Hell yeah! Congratulations! Ooh, extras. Menu style. Ooh. Oh, cool. Godmaster. Oh, I was so close to rescuing all of the imprisoned grubs. Ooh, the traitor lord. Wait, LB, how do I get through those little, like, shadow gates? And yeah, I can just go right back here. Nice. Okay. An area I haven't found yet. I never made it to the palace grounds, but that's because there's a gate in the way. And I've been to the fog area, but I can't get the map until I can get through the gates. So that doesn't help. The fog canyon over here. And couldn't get through any of this area either. Or the Crystal Peak. I mean, I went to the Queen's Garden at some point, but I don't know how to get back there. Area below the basin? But it had a closed door. I'm so confused. You can open the door? What? I'm gonna go try that right now. You gotta go to the White Palace? And the White Palace is underneath the ancient basin? Nani? Yeah, but I can't go to the palace grounds. There's a black gate there. Nani? Alright. I'll come back to this again sometime. Yeah, the black gates are what prevented me from doing a lot. Wait a minute. Nani the fuck? Nani the fuck, though? Nani the fuck? Okay, so I guess I have to open the door in the ancient basin. Gotcha. Hi, chat. I love you. Be right back. It's true, Stadman! Capitalism ruins everything. Not contrary to popular wisdom, Adam Conover. Well, chat, what would you guys like to do? Would you guys like to start a new game? Or would you guys like content about trans people? Both? Content, methinks? Content? Depends on the game. So, I was thinking that we'd play... I have a couple different games we could play, okay? Couple of different games. You have a couple different options here, chat. Can we have good news for once? Maybe. Content and game. So we have, as options, Song of Horror, which will be spoopy, if you can't tell from the title. There's also a game called Stone Shard, which is a turn-based RPG in an open world, pixel art. Looks real pretty. Hey, Tinkle Toes. I was also looking at The Pale Beyond, where you have to, it's kind of like a narrative-driven game where you make decisions for a stranded or marooned boat in the Arctic. Still haven't beaten the opening level of Stone Shard. I was also thinking of a game called The Last Spell, which is a turn-based strategy game. Or System Shock, the new one. What are my pronouns? My pronouns are she, her. Thank you for asking. The guys behind The Pale Beyond are goated. Haven't seen much of the game. It looked really cool. Haven't been able to finish Song of Horror. Oh god. Here, chat, I'm gonna do a poll real quick. I wish I knew how to do polls over on riverboat.gg. Is there a way to do it? No one will ever know. Hydrate? I'm a gas. I guess I could. Hey, Winby. Here, we'll take a look at the trailers for some of these. Huh? This is System Shock. Boop, 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 boop.
The wonders of modern technology, making life easier for millions of people.
Turn around! Now!
What could possibly go wrong? Welcome to my death machine. Who do you think you are, insect? can stand up
To God.
I will shape the earth in my image. I will evolve all living things.
You must serve me well.
Hacker.
System Shock. Have you played Fury? I played a few of the bosses in Fury. Let's see, Song of Horror here.
Isaac, my dear friend, you don't know what you've done with that cursed music box.
Mr. Faber. Good. Time to play detective. What is this?
Spoops. So, I believe the premise of this game is that when you die, you don't get a game over. It switches you over to a new character investigating the same stuff. This is the Pale Beyond.
Seems the cold might have gotten the best of me. What do you think makes a good leader? Willpower? Control? Understanding? Seems like you're going to be here for some time. You don't have much. You'll have to make it last. You're all alone out here. These people are all you have. And you're all they've got too. You didn't ask for this. And neither did they. It's not enough to simply survive. And whether you like it or not, you're in charge now. What leads fools to the end of the world? Glory, money, loyalty, answers, escape. The ice bonds people. It breaks them as well. It'll be a long time before anyone comes looking for you. Think you can last? It's merciless out there. Injury, illness, death. You need to lead that lot to solid ground before the ice swallows them whole. Lead them out. Lead them home.
So, this seems cool. You had me at penguins. And then last one. Oh, we got two more actually. Here's last spell. Or the last spell. So the premise of this game is that you effectively the world has been going through a magic apocalypse, and in kind of like a last-ditch effort to save mankind, you've assembled the last remaining like great magical sages to conduct a ritual, the last spell, to rid the world of magic forever. But in order to do that, you have to hold the city and keep them safe until they can actually make the spell go off. Which that's a pretty cool premise for a video game, not gonna lie. So, that looks pretty cool. And then the last one I had on the list was Stone Shard.
A challenging turn-based RPG with complete freedom of character development and complex injury treatment system. Welcome to Stone Shard. In Stone Shard, you will travel through ruined villages, old forests, and crypts swarming with monsters, all procedurally generated with each new run. Become a true mercenary and use every opportunity to earn coin, to buy better gear, and challenge ever greater dangers. Combine over 100 skills with over 200 pieces of equipment and find unique playstyles by experimenting with builds without class restrictions or level prerequisites. In Stone
Hey, Double
Shard,
Corvette.
each
How you
battle
doing?
will test your skills. Plan out your build and strategy to achieve victory no matter the odds. To survive in the merciless world of Aldor, take care of your health, both physical and mental, by fighting pain with alcohol and taking all kinds of substances. You can make the stakes even higher by choosing the Iron Man mode, where character death becomes permanent. Stone Shard is coming to Steam on February 6th, 2020.
Indeed. So it seems like you guys were excited by the last spell, the last spell, System Shock, and you guys don't seem really enthused about Stone Shard, is kind of what I'm picking up. I'm gonna make a poll over on Twitch. Which games game? Okay, the last spell. Pale Beyond. Do. Song of Horror. And System Shock. Give you guys like 5 minutes. Starting the poll. Twitch getting all the love. Riverboat Riders Malding. I'm sorry, I don't know how to do it over there. There you go. I will be right back. BRB. I will see the results of the poll. Boop, 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 boop. Riverboat Riders. Alright, what won the poll? The last spell? Wait, come on, chat. Only 13 votes? There are like 60 of you here. What? What? No, there are 70 of you here. There are over 70 of you here right now. Nope, no, actually, sorry. There's like almost 90 of you in here. There are 90 of you in here and only like 13 of you voted. I am disappointed in you. For shame, chat. Democracy is a lot of pressure. It's true. This is why we can't be trusted with democracy. I'm disappointed in me too. Yeah. All right. Here we go. You guys can't stop me now. And now you will be subjected to modern day debate. While I launch a game on Steam called The Last Spell. I'm blackpilled, no voting, especially on Twitch. Fair. I was unwilling to settle for the lesser of three evils. I wrote in Cornell West. God damn it. Oh my god. I know at some point I'll probably encounter Brianna Joy Gray in this space, and it's just like, it's so frustrating, man. I hate seeing people doomering, or not even doomering people. I hate seeing people not understand why third parties aren't viable. Like experienced political people not understanding that third parties aren't viable, or they understand that and they just don't give a shit, but they aren't communicating that to their viewers. They're just like massaging the ego of their viewers. It's very frustrating. Say what you want about me, guys. I try not to massage your egos too much, because I know how you be. Also, hashtag where's Virgil?
Hey everybody, today we're debating whether or not trans men are men, and we are starting right now.
Spoiler alert!
Boss's opening statement. Thanks so much for
Spoiler alert, they are.
The floor is all yours.
Also, this
Hi,
music's gonna be loud, I'm sorry.
So, when we talk about subjects like these, there's this irritating semantic inflation with a bunch of different definitions we tend to have of man, women, sex, gender. I feel like oftentimes these discussions are had in bad faith, or at least out of ignorance. A lot of these discussions have been settled, for example. Like, for years now, the idea that sex and gender are distinct things.
Wait, we have to watch the opening. War. For centuries, the world was engulfed in never-ending strife and chaos. Elves fighting dwarves, dwarves fighting humans, orcs fighting everybody. The common folk were bled dry, misery, famine, plague. Secluded in his tower, researching forbidden magic secrets, the Archmage, Hieronymus Teller,
made an extraordinary discovery. Wild, unknown words of power to harness tremendous forces. A ritual of mass destruction, able to obliterate any city in one strike. Hoping to end all wars, he cast a spell on Glintfine, a small enemy village. A gigantic dark ball of purple flames fell from the sky and smashed into the town center, leaving only ruins, lifeless bodies, and purple fumes. The whole royal family of a neighboring kingdom was present at that time. They all died. The king, mad with grief, ordered the military to research this new magic. He made his mages unleash hell on the closest major city. Several 100,000 died. Every kingdom sought the purple magic. Alliances were set in motion. The sky was constantly flashing purple bursts. Thundering blasts were heard every hour. War was no more. Only annihilation. There was no turning back. At some point, the explosion stopped. A resounding silence. An ominous mist started to aggregate around the remaining cities. Small groups of survivors gathered. The surrounding mist was thickening. At night, they had to defend against ghastly monsters. They called them Claws. A fighter, simply known as the Commander, took charge. Defenses were rebuilt. Some havens emerged from the chaos. Most mages were hanged, or worse, in retribution. Some of them, fearing for their lives, tried to find an answer. They found a way. A spell. The last spell. They devised complex rituals to cleanse the corrupted runic nexus. The goal was simple, yet nearly impossible. Channel enough energy to break the remaining seals of magic, and banish all magic from this world forever. But when comes the night, terrifying, mutated creatures appear. They come out of the mist to kill. Survivors' only hope is to fight, night after night, and protect those mages at any cost, until the last spell is cast.
All right.
Things to be discussed distinctly, even if these categories are related to each other. This has been established and brought up in like basically every field and format that these issues get talked about in. So we have to relitigate it time and time and time again, right? Well, are there differences between sex and gender? Yes, of course there are. Because we create the words and the terms, we create the ideas. If we believe that there are two distinct things to be referred to, then there are. That's how language works. You can distinguish words. That's the point of a language. Languages become more useful the more specific their terms are, after all. And I think that an example of language being very unspecific, of language being very vague and useless, would be one in which the term woman, what does it mean to be a woman? What is a woman? What are categories or traits associated with woman? Is one which includes something as distinct, concrete, and biological as genitalia or gametes, but also something as ephemeral and socially influenced as long hair, sun hats, dresses, piercings, things that we absolutely culturally associate with women, but really have nothing to do with biology. We just arbitrarily decided those things look nice on women. And that's only now, you know? There have been plenty of times in the past that we've had different ideas in those particular subjects. So if language is to be useful, we have to acknowledge that we're talking about different things, sex and gender. Are trans men men? Well, I mean, it depends on what you mean by man. What category are you referring to? I've seen a lot of people try to define what specifically it means to be a man or a woman in
Voosh.
biological terms.
Yeah, we're doing a Voosh
This
debate.
fails quickly. Not because there's no worth to biological analysis, but because,
I've
again,
worn a sun hat.
that would be talking about sex.
They're nice.
Obviously, we're playing different games here. If we're talking about man or woman as a social category, right? What
it's right on
definitions are we
time.
adhering to? And you know, there's just not a consistent set. You cannot come up with a consistent, concrete, defined, and reliable set of definitions to describe in a social sense what it means to be a man or a woman, without excluding people who you would otherwise consider to be a part of that group, or including people who you think shouldn't be a part of it. There's just no real way to do it, which is why I think that the entire concept is arbitrary and useless. We refer to people as men and women because it can be socially useful, it can be a shorthand, it can give you an idea of what to expect with them, what basic understandings or premises or expectations you should bring to the table when talking to them. But in terms of like rigidly trying to define in a concrete sense what it all means, I think that an incredible amount of time has been wasted on this particular subject. So until we decide to do away with the whole thing, until we recognize that we really are wasting our time with these definitions, yeah, trans men are men, trans women are women. I don't really care about the particulars. If somebody wants to be treated a given way, I think they should be. I really think when you say you're a man or a woman, you're basically just saying, here's like a general block of expectations that I want you to keep in mind when engaging with me. This is a different set of social roles, you know, take these ones, work with this. It's not just about femininity or masculinity, because femboys aren't women and butch women aren't men. You can want to bring a set of expectations to the table with gender and then contradict or challenge them with nonconformist behavior. It's just part of the complexities behind social roles. And the less time we spend worrying about them and the more time we spend trying to fix material problems, I think we'll all be better off for it.
Thank you very much for that opening, Vosh. And want to say, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, I'm your host, James. Want to let you know we are a neutral debate platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. We hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you're from. If you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button, as we have plenty more debates coming up. You don't want to miss out on them, so hit subscribe right now. We're going to go over to Sanvi for her opening. Thanks so much for being with us. Sanvi, the floor is all yours.
I can screen share?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What? 1 second.
Oh my god. This bitch prepared a PowerPoint?
Whatever.
It looks ugly
I'll
as
do it
shit.
like this. Okay. Hi. Thank you so much for hosting this debate, James. Thank you so much, Vosh, for being here. I'm really excited to talk with you today. And today I will argue the case for the proposition that trans men are not men. So before we get into it, I'll define a couple key terms. I'm sure Vosh is familiar with these, just for the audience and just so we have a general understanding going into this debate. So a transgender man is somebody who is assigned female at birth, but who identifies as a man. A cisgender man is a non-trans man. So a person who is assigned male at birth and who also identifies as a man. So why does trans man have man in the name? I've heard people.
I'm unfamiliar. In the rules of Modern Day Debate, can Vosh just like point at her and yell nerd? Can he just go nerd as his counter argument? I feel like that's the level of debate we're at here.
People make this argument that if it has man in the name, it's no different than saying tall man or black man. But things like anti-truth have truth in the name, yet there are not truths. So one thing to alleviate some confusion about this is many people in the literature refer to trans men as trans-identifying females. That way we're clear about exactly what we're talking about. And one more thing about why it's important to actually have this debate and to actually know what we're referring to when we refer to men is because we use the term. If we use a term, we should know what we're referring to. Otherwise, it's equivalent to just not understanding a different language. If the word has no meaning, then we should cease to use it. And then it also is false that trans men are men if the word has no meaning. But first, I'll give a quick account for the biological view. For other species, we have adult males and females. We have lion, buck, rooster, tiger, etc., etc. So it'd be quite astounding if we didn't have any adult human males or any word to refer to adult human males for our own species, yet we would have them for a plethora of other species. Clearly, the word man is the best candidate for how to refer to adult human males. It's the ordinary use of the word. It's generally, most trans-inclusive philosophers and activists agree that generally the term man and women are used to refer to adult human males and women. Under the social view of gender, which sounds like something sort of Vash kind of posited in the opening statement, someone is a man if and only if he exhibits the social, cultural, or behavioral traits typically associated with males, right? Something typically associated with females, I guess, according to Vash, would be long hair, sun hats, dresses, piercings, things like that. So I assume the opposite would be the case for men, things that we typically associate with them. Another definition I've heard thrown around there is...
This is so genuinely bad. Holy shit, dude.
Is a man is somebody who encompasses the social archetype of a male. So when these people are referring to men, they're referring to people who encompass this social archetype. I think both of these definitions do not escape the objection of a feminine boy, as Vash mentioned earlier, but we can get more into that later in the debate. This view is the self-identification view. This view is very dominant in mainstream media nowadays. Someone is a man if and only if he identifies as a man. Obviously, I'm not the first one to say this is a viciously circular definition. You don't obtain any feature in reality simply by identifying as having such. And it's just a referent that's circular and uninformative, ultimately. Okay, now I'll touch on the gendered brain view. This view has been floating around academia and the debate.
I do have to say, I don't like the gendered brain argument when it comes to trans people, mostly because I feel like our understanding of the human brain is, like, still woefully primitive. From my understanding of speaking with like a actual person who studies brains on the show, I might add. We talked with Alex a while back.
Sphere, I've heard a lot of people say transgender people have brains closer to the opposite sex or the sex that they identify with, and therefore their identity is valid. The first thing I will note is that not all trans men do have brains closer to males. And certain homosexual men may have brains closer to females than males, yet we would say that they're still men. So I would say that under the gendered brain view, it would still be false that trans men are men. Okay, and now we have the prescriptivist view. The prescriptivist view, I think Vashora touched on this too, is that we ought to treat trans men as men, maybe to reduce harm, increase happiness. As a courtesy, we ought to treat trans men as men. They want to be treated as men, so we should treat them as men. One thing with this is that it conflates truth with utility, right? So it can be useful to lie to people sometimes, like in the case of terminally ill patients. Sometimes we'll lie to them about their chances of survival in order to increase utility, increase their chance of survival, increase their well-being. So a lie can be useful, but it has nothing to do with the proposition, are trans men men? Because it can both be true that trans men are not men, and also be true that we ought to treat trans men like men. These two statements are not mutually exclusive. So under the prescriptivist view, it still is false that trans men are men. And I think that ultimately any view that you take on what you're referring to when you refer to a man, all of these different views, it just ends up being true that not all trans men are men. There's not a definition that can be 100% trans inclusive. And that's a big problem with this debate is the special pleading and the gish galloping that happens when a definition or a referent is given counterexamples, and then people want to revert to something else. But I'm excited to get into this debate, especially like the social worldview. And thank you, Vosh, and thank you, James, once again. I'm ready to get started.
Thank you very much for that opening as well, Sanvi. We are going to jump into open conversation. Just a couple of quick housekeeping type things, folks. One, if you didn't know this, Modern Day Debate is available via podcast. Find us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, you name it. Check us out. It's 100% ad-free. What are you waiting for? Find us on your favorite podcast app right now. We're going to jump into the open dialogue. Thank you very much. Vosh and Sanvi, the floor is all yours.
Of course. So we can take the irrelevant arguments off the table right off the bat. I don't think that being feminine makes you a woman or masculine a man. So the whole femboy tomboy thing doesn't mean anything to me. As for the pink blue brain argument, I also don't care about that. I don't care. A person can have the pinkest brain in the world, and I could still call them a man and think of them as one if they asked me to, and vice versa. So, with regards to the other things, your truth and utility prescription argument is true in the sense that what is useful and what is true are not the same thing. Of course, the ultimate problem is that when it comes to language and definitions, we actually get to decide what's true. See, we're not doing math here. This isn't a 2 + 2 = 5 situation. Definitions can be expanded or contracted to include different understandings of how the world works. As our understandings grow, so do our definitions. This has been the case for basically every social construct we've ever had. Our understanding of what a biological female is, purely biological, not even social, has also adjusted with time. We're not simply looking at, for example, the presence of genitalia, as we might have in the past. A deeper understanding of genetics and gametes are now available when it comes to making these decisions. So if one were to say then that a person who had not previously been considered a biological female now is, due to a deeper understanding of genetics, this would not be a utility versus truth argument. We simply change what the truth is, adjust our definition, and get a better understanding of the world for it. I think there is utility in referring to trans men as men purely for harm reduction purposes, but I also think it's true. I think that, in fact, the reason there's utility in it is because it is true. The only thing that I care about is the argument from self-identification. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I don't think it's circular. Turns out most definitions, if you get to the root of them, are pretty impossible to nail down, right? You've probably heard of, or maybe even seen the Vsauce video, What is a Chair? Turns out nobody can define what a chair is. By nobody, I don't mean not just internet people or people who do the debate circuit. I mean nobody, like it's not possible to. Because our understanding of a chair is so socially constructed. It's a matter of what's useful to us.
Okay, so are you endorsing the self-identification view? I know you mentioned you don't see it as circular. So a man could be somebody that identifies as a man?
Of course.
Okay, so I will address the argument from circularity first. So while it is true that at a certain point we run out of words to describe things, and this can be seen if you ask somebody, well, what does that mean? Well, what does that mean? Well, what does that mean? At a certain point we run out of words. And when we do run out of words, what we do is we...
What? What does it mean to run out of words at a certain point? I'm sorry, what does that mean, though?
Point to things within reality is we just start pointing to particulars and we try to derive a universal. Like with triangles, and we start pointing to acute, obtuse triangles and trying to see what they have in common. That is how we take that idea. Now, the problem with saying a man is somebody who identifies as a man is that not only is it circular, it's viciously circular. Because if somebody were to ask you, Vosh, a man is somebody who identifies as a man, what is that? What is a man?
I could point to myself.
Oh my God. She did it, chat. She iterated. She came up with something completely new from the conservative standpoint. Oh my God, it's mind-blowing. Matt Walsh has what is a woman, but he's never asked what is a man. Oh my God. Oh no! Bested in the marketplace of ideas.
I'm a man. I could point to other men. There are billions of them. I could point to lots of them. I love pointing at men.
Okay, so if somebody asks you...
I wonder if I can get away with this. Just real quick. Yeah, just real quick.
This is a lot harder to keep track of who I pointed at than I thought it would be.
Well, it's not that bad. I mean, I pointed
Bosch pointing at men.
at him, her.
Well, don't point him again. It makes it less special.
The Pointer Brothers sketch. It's great. Puppy, it's okay. Here. You're having a nightmare. You're okay. Yeah. Okay. What have I missed? This lady just tried to checkmate Vosh in a trans argument, by asking him what is a man.
What is a man? I don't think you would need to point because you seem like we still have words left to give. So if they were to point to two men, like these are both man, what do they have in common?
Would you do this with a chair?
I think we would do that with anything. That's how we come up with categories, is that we look at what things have in common.
Oh damn, this lady about to be checkmated by Aristotle. Holy shit.
But the chair argument, I would say, I've heard a lot of trans activists say, well, if you can't define chair, then we don't owe you a definition of man or woman. And the first thing I would contest with that is, well, you're the one that made a claim about men and women when I never made a claim about a chair. I never claimed a stool as a chair. I never claimed a bed as a chair. Yet trans activists do claim that trans men are men and trans women are women. So when you do claim for the truth of something, you do need to define it. The second argument is that just because something like a chair doesn't really have something that we give thought to. If you're engaging in this debate or engaging in the gender discussion, I'm going to assume that people have given
We
thought.
needn't give thought to the gender thing either. I don't think it's particularly important. But you're also making a claim. I could be out in the park. I could point at a bench or maybe a bit of a stone outcropping that I could sit uncomfortably and say, a chair. You could insist rigorously that it is not a chair, that it is a bench or an outcropping or some other thing that is like but not like a chair. And we could have an argument on what a chair is. The only consequence of this would be the calories we burn by yelling at each other. It's a meaningless discussion because at the end of the day, a chair is just a general term we have to describe a thing we sit on. People's specific boundaries will expand or contract based on their preferences. It's like arguing whether or not a Pop-Tart is a sandwich. They're deliberately meaningless questions. This is why I do not like the circularity argument definition. In a purely linguistic sense, at the root of all things, they're all circular. We generalize a concept, and the worth of a term is how specific an image we can evoke. What does it mean? How useful is it? But there's no truth value in any of these terms. We make the terms. If we want, we could split the term chair into 17 subwords.
Terms can have truth value. Like, for example, before humans came into existence, before Homo sapiens came into existence, do you think gravity existed?
Well, sure.
Do you think gravity as a concept existed before the word gravity existed?
Yes, we gave term to the concept.
Yeah, so we just recognized that concept, some force among these large massive objects, and we put a word to it. That's with any concept.
But that's a concept versus the word itself.
And communicated, not created.
But that's a truth value to a universal concept, not to the word. The word gravity, the truth, if one were to say, for example, no, gravity can refer to this, that, the other, but not to this particular phenomena. Actually, gravity doesn't specifically refer to the way, say, matter interacts with dark matter, or the way light bends around black holes. We're going to reterm this. It'll be a different word. There would be no truth value in that, because, again, we made the word gravity. The fundamental universal concepts remain the same. Biological sex remains the same, but experiential phenomena, the way we term and define things, we build those boundaries. And when it comes to, especially when it comes to something that's defined relationally, socially, like gender, there is no discovery of gender.
Hello, my dude. Hello. We have finished Hollow Knight. We've moved on to the last spell. And are trans men? The answer may shock you. It's yes. You may now act shocked. I know you never saw it coming here on a leftist politics stream, but it turns out trans men are men, baby. Hello, Doc Snap. Hello. And hi, my name's Riverboat Jack. I'm a trans lady and a leftist, and I do politics and organizing and such. Come on down to the League of Legends. Hey, True Gritty. It's so Jover. Let's go.
Our understanding of it has changed enormously over time and between cultures even today. So the idea that we're discovering and giving name to some kind of fundamental truth is just not the case here. We're all winging it. And I don't think we should wing it in ways that are exclusionary or harmful. If we are having a discussion on an arbitrary concept, we should lean towards ones which give greater understanding and lesser harm.
Yeah, so with the man is somebody who identifies as a man, lessening harm or whatnot, I would still argue that when you say a man is somebody who identifies as a man, or anytime anybody ever uses a word in the definition, it leads to an infinite regress. Whereas if we
Also,
don't have
Raiders,
words at all,
consider
like say
coming
we
on over
both couldn't
to
speak or
Riverboat.gg.
communicate, we would still have our senses to point to things. So that's discrete, right? At a certain point, all you can do is discretely point to things. Whereas if you define a man as somebody who identifies as a man, who identifies as a man, who identifies as a man, it ends up being infinite. There's no way to ever come to a close there.
This doesn't mean anything. What does it mean to be cool? See,
What is
you
it-
can find synonyms for what it means to be cool. You can find lots of them, in fact. But in reality, at the end of the day,
Vosh, I'm pretty sure being cool means that you're, feeling a little chilly and you need a jacket. Huh, dumbass.
we all learn what it means to be
Hey,
cool
Red
by
Hots.
being shown examples. And despite that, the examples we're shown are the highest level of arbitrariety. What was cool 50 years ago is not cool today, and what is cool now will not be cool 10 years from now. So we're talking about a concept, coolness, which everyone has some understanding of, which exists all over the world, which is fully social, and which can be referred to only through direct example. I don't like, see, there's infinite regress thing. This is something that I did not learn from reading linguistics, but I did learn from the Internet Debate Pro circuit. I think this is just a Weasley way of trying to apply to trans identification a greater standard for justification than exists for any other term or concept. Because I just don't think that we do this for other things. The infinite regress of coolness? Who cares, nerd? What's cool is cool.
True.
Yeah. So, what other word besides man and woman do you define? Use the word in the definition.
Use the word in the definition? What do you mean?
You said a man is somebody who identifies as a man, which uses the word man in the definition of man. So, what other words besides man and women do we use to define themselves?
We could just say, like, a man is somebody who identifies with the gender role associated with masculine behavior, but not exclusively. If you want to, like, avoid the word man, that is purely a semantic argument.
Okay.
Because I can construct an infinite number of definitions for man that adhere to my understanding of what a man is without actually using the word man. That's just a word game. But if you talk about, like, how much are we actually advancing our understanding of the concept, well, whether or not you have synonyms, because cool has many synonyms, they're only synonyms. And a synonym does not give you an understanding of a word, right? Like, you don't learn what cool is by learning what the term rad means. And because when you read the definition for rad, it's like, oh, rad, oh, that means that something's sick. Well, we're not learning anything. We're just finding extra words here.
Would you say that something is cool if it identifies as cool?
If it's identified to be cool, then certainly.
Identified or identifying?
Well,
What?
something can't identify as cool because coolness is a concept, not a person. So it would have to
Okay,
be identified from outside.
yeah, I think this comes into my other thing. Like, there's no feature of reality you obtain simply by identifying as having such. So I don't know why the same wouldn't be true for man.
But that's not the infinite regress argument. Now we're talking about whether or not self-identification is a valid metric for social claims. But infinite regress is something that would apply to the term cool as well, because outside the description of synonyms, you kind of have to just point to real-life examples. Well, is it
I
cool
don't
to do
think
this?
so.
Is it cool to
I
do that?
think we identify things as cool if we show some type of enthusiasm or friendliness towards it, towards the noun, then we call it cool.
That's not what cool means, and you know it.
I think that's like the literal definition.
Being enthusiastic? Oh, so
yeah,
people
I mean,
can't
I can
be
check really
nerdy?
quick, but I think that's actually the definition. From,
Wait,
like,
do you think that people use the term cool by looking up the definition of cool and going, oh, well, I mean, I can look really cool.
Yeah, well,
really quick.
enthusiasm just means that it
Cool
brings you some type of like
definition.
amazing sense. It doesn't have to be like enthusiasm in the way that you're describing it. When you describe something as cool, you just have a preference towards it. You like it.
But liking something and it being cool are not even remotely the same thing. And anyone who uses the English
That's
language
why
is
I
aware of
defined it as having friendliness or enthusiasm towards a noun.
that also.
What is she doing? Friendliness or enthusiasm towards a noun? I think that's the least cool definition I've ever heard in my life. Oh, Dr. Robotnik, your mouse suddenly stopped working. You had to walk to Walmart to get a new one in the pouring rain. You were too impatient to wait. Who's Voosh debating? Some dumb fuck who thinks that trans men aren't men.
So isn't really how we use towards a noun? What do you mean? Like
Noun is person, place, thing, idea.
So like, wait, thinking that like liking a thing would mean that thing is cool?
Yeah, you could call it that. Absolutely. If you like a water bottle, that water bottle is cool.
Do you really think that's how people's understanding of the term cool is just a synonym for when they like a thing?
I didn't just say when they like a thing. I said when they show enthusiasm towards a noun.
Show enthusiasm.
Can you give me a give me a counter example?
Sure, absolutely. We can acknowledge that things or people are cool despite not liking them, like the cool kids in school who we actually quite dislike because they're unapproachable and standoffish. We can say that things are cool even though it's an act, and like the act is not something you personally enjoy. Like I think that skateboarding is cool in a kind of like post-ironic, like Sunset Overdrive, wow, look at how hard you're trying sort of way. But I have no personal affinity for it and find skateboarders quite annoying, actually. What is or isn't cool is an incredibly... See, the interesting thing here, and I think that anyone watching will understand that when they think of the term cool, it goes beyond, you know, liking a thing, is that by trying to concretely define coolness, all you've done is robbed it of its coolness. You've taken a worthwhile and useful English term and you've crippled it in an attempt to bring it in line with the absurd standards you hold for gender definitions. In reality, if you were to similarly cripple every word of the English language, we would all be dead men. There would be no Shakespeare. We would all be limping like zombies through the streets. The fact that these words are fluid, that they have meanings and definitions that we kind of pick up on and pull and twist and play with, that's not only English, that's...
Wait. Just talked to my parents? How did it go, Entrama? You doing okay? Things went pretty well. They seemed supportive, but I think it was a lot to take in too. I'm sure it was, but good job. It's the hardest part. You got through it. You were able to deal with coming out to them, and now you're on the other side. It's gonna be okay. We got your back, buddy. And congratulations on coming out. I know that can be really, really scary. You should do something really fucking nice for yourself, okay? Do something lovely. Hell, Rasta Boss, I'm still sobbing over mine.
Literature. And to have all of that wiped aside and going, no, a man has to be, no, it can't be regressive. It has to have this specific definition. We don't apply these standards to anything outside of scientific technical definitions, like what grain of soil constitutes an acceptable range for like apartment construction, stuff that we decide the boundaries for. We don't do this narratively.
I would say like with cool, we don't define something that's cool if it's called cool. Now, to make the use mentioned distinction a little bit clearer, cool must refer to something, right? Maybe it's not something we like. Maybe it's just something that we attribute to something other people like. Either way, notice how when I said that, I didn't use the word cool, because using the word in the referent creates an uninformative definition.
See, we're dead men right now. This is death. You're killing cool right now. It's a murder. And this is evidence for the police. No,
Okay.
I mean it.
We can move off of it if you want, but like...
No, but I mean it though. Like, I don't think you believe what you're saying, right? Because like, here, you know what's cool in American culture? Black people. AAVE, slang that black queer people come up with, that gets taken by black women, that gets taken by white women, that gets taken by white gays, that gets brought into the general public. But American culture broadly doesn't find black people or black behavior cool. In fact, hegemonic American culture is mostly committed towards attacking black culture, ghetto culture, their fashion, their aesthetic, their way of speaking, and then 10 years later, everything they were doing becomes mainstream. So there's something countercultural about coolness. Something has to be brave, daring. It has to be evocative. It can't just be likable. Likability is Mr. Rogers.
Okay,
Mr. Rogers isn't cool in the same way that...
That's fine. It still doesn't mean cool is something that identifies as cool. Something that is said that is cool.
Well, I'm only talking about the infinite regress argument, not the identification argument. That's a separate thing.
Infinite regress comes with using the word in the referent. So a woman is somebody who identifies as a woman. A man is somebody who identifies as a man. Something that is cool is something that people prescribe to be cool.
Something that's cool is something that's cool. I don't think you're going to find a better definition than that. And trust me, linguists have tried. You can find papers on this stuff. These are not ideas that can be baked into a single definition.
Do you think that like murder could be called cool?
Absolutely. Well, yeah, there are tons of. Go read history. There are some metal goddamn murders that have happened throughout history. Yeah, they killed Julius Caesar, 57 people stabbing him all at once. I don't know. That seems kind of cool and countercultural. Hell yeah.
So I think maybe you show enthusiasm towards that idea and concept, but many others don't, and that's the way we define it.
But there are lots of things that I think are cool that I don't like. For example, the Hugo Boss Nazi uniforms are widely regarded as being fashionable in the whole like evil Sith, dark empire, black leather kind of thing. I don't find Nazis even remotely cool. If anything, that's more like cosplay. That's LARPing is cool. That's like, how do we make our horrible death soldiers look cool? But an effort was made, right? There's a reason they paid out for those leather uniforms.
Yeah, so back to kind of what I was saying though, would you say that like the definition of man, when you say a man is somebody who identifies as a man, and if you were to ask you what a man is, would you be able to like give us any type of thing?
Well, I could point to myself. I'm a man.
How do you know?
Because I identify as one, of course.
So you know that people are men and women based off that they tell you that they're a man or woman?
How else would you know?
Oh,
what's
this
going
is
going to
go in circles for hours,
I have to use
isn't
the same mode of inference to ask lots of things about a person.
So take something like
You
somebody
could tell
that
I'm a biological male by looking at me.
Take somebody that doesn't speak English, for example. If they don't say the words "I am a man," how do you know that they're a man? Because one implication of this definition of this, a man is somebody who identifies as a man, is that manhood is confined to English speakers. There are no non-English speaking men.
Of course there are non-English speaking men.
I can't spoil it. I have no idea what's going to happen.
Yes, but they have analogous understandings of gender, considering that we have man as a gender to just be the collection of social rules and expectations associated with the male sex.
There's the non-circular definition, a collection of roles and things that we associate with the male sex. That
well,
is
sure. That's just what it is we understand a man to be. But you don't have to adhere to those roles to be a man. And in fact, we don't. There are plenty of like heterosexual or effeminate men who we consider to be part of the social category of men, despite, I don't know, doing their fancy pants makeup stuff or whatever.
So that definition fails.
How does that definition
Because
fail?
then you commit a special pleading fallacy. If you say that a man is somebody who encompasses these traits that we typically associate with males, but then you say,
I didn't say that.
Oh, I thought you said that they encompass these roles or whatnot.
No, it's associated with those roles, but they don't have to encompass them. There are femboys and tomboys, right? Like there are
So what
plenty
was
of
your
people.
what was your referent for when you refer to men? What are you referring to?
I think that when man, as a gender category, as something that we understand or have built for people to identify with or not identify with, is just the roles and expectations associated with the male sex. That's not a universal thing. Well, no, but that's just a set of associations. You can choose whether or not you want to be a part of that group.
Yeah, so what makes you a man?
Identifying as part of that group.
Part of what group?
The one that I just described. The
social role thing?
Right. If man is a collection of roles and expectations associated with the male sex, it's like a filter through which you view a person. It's a lens of analysis. It's a decision to identify as one.
Well, that's kind of what I said, right? I said, in your view, a man is somebody who identifies or maybe encompasses the social roles we typically associate with males. Is that not correct?
I think you identify with a set of roles and expectations, but that doesn't mean you adhere to them. For example,
yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I can accept that. That's
okay.
totally
Yeah.
So under this view, it's still false that trans men are men, because there's plenty of trans men who do not identify with the social roles and expectations typically associated with males.
No, they do by identifying as men.
That's circular.
No, so we've already done.
Okay, because you said a man is somebody who
the man is just the collection of. It's like being an American. All right. So I'm an American in a purely national sense. I was born here. But when we say, is this person an American, we mean more than just what is their nationality. Often American, it's like a melting pot spirit kind of thing. You know, are you really an American? But what does that mean? Well, what does it mean to be an American? It turns out no one human can meet every category for what it means to be an American because there are so many Americas. People in the South, the Northeast, the Northwest, the Southwest, the Center, the Rust Belt, they're all going to have different ideas of what it means to be an American. So when a person says like, yeah, I'm an American, even though they're, say, like a 2-year immigrant or something, not even a citizen, I'll listen to them. But for me, it's more of a general spirit thing. They're saying I'm an American because they want to be a part of that category, not because they want to adhere to every individual expectation within the category, because that's not possible.
Okay, so that's a little bit off topic, but like when you say a man is somebody who identifies as a man. And then I ask you, well, what is a man? Since you used it in the referent, you say a man is somebody who encompasses or identifies with, I guess identifies with is better if I understood, identifies with these social roles and expectations we typically associate with males, right? Is that a fair characterization?
I think that man, like American, is a social block. It's a big, heavy gravitational force that you can enter the orbit of if you choose to. I think that there are a lot of things that you might do or see or want to be in that orbit that you may or may not identify with, that you may consider to be a part of your experience, but it's something you're in the orbit of, and you can choose to break that orbit. With an American, I consider myself an American because there are some categories that I adhere to, some beliefs that I have that I consider fundamentally American, but not all. And as for men, right, there are like, I don't like wearing cowboy hats, but I swear to God, you go to a third of the men in the south of this country and they'll tell you that owning a cowboy hat is a fundamental part of being a man. You ever seen those memes of like the, you know, the like big saddle, no ox or whatever? You like those Southern, is your boyfriend a woman memes where like, you know, if your boyfriend goes down to the range and he brings a 22, then it looks like you've got a girlfriend, miss, like that kind of shit. Jesus. Obviously, that's not the kind of vibe I'm going for, but you know, it is the same gravitation.
I still feel like we're not getting a clear answer though, because
you never will. No, that's your problem. You're trying to get a clear answer on a social.
Dr. Robotnik, Twitch chat isn't dead. There are 42 other people in Twitch chat. For some reason, none of them are talking though. I don't know why. Twitch chat just not pulling their slack. Also, hello, Harley Merritt. How you doing over on YouTube chat? I see you.
Construct. You can't. Nobody could do that.
When you refer to men, what are you referring to?
I'm referring to the people who make the decision to orbit around that idea, that concept, to be a part of that that block.
Okay, so people that choose to orbit around this concept, and if I understand correctly, this concept is what we typically associate with males in terms of roles and expectations.
Though people obviously you know, break with those traditions quite a bit while still being men.
Yeah.
You know, like
and
David
under
Bowie's.
this view, not all trans men are men because a lot of trans men don't identify with those expectations, and they don't be in this orbit, as you would put it.
Well, you only have to identify as being a man. Identifying as a man is
and that's
being
what I'm
in that
saying.
orbit.
Then you're shifting between the two definitions because which one? It can be. Hold on. It can be either or, but it cannot be like both. Okay, so like, would you say that a man is somebody who identifies as a man, or would you say a man is somebody who wants to orbit around these social roles?
Those are the same thing.
Those are not the same thing because people can identify as men but not want to orbit around these social roles.
No, but orbiting around, but like I said, I am a man, but I don't adhere to every social role expected of men. It's not even possible for me.
Yeah, but you orbit, and some people don't even want to orbit.
But so by orbiting, I mean like you are, when you say I'm a man, you're choosing to enter that orbit. This is the collection of roles and expectations that you want to define your experience.
Man, I feel like this conversation feels so needlessly complicated, right? Like, at the end of the day, we all have these little categories of what we think means someone is masculine or what makes someone feminine, right? And how you identify helps people to kind of like understand what traits apply to you personally, right? The whole point of like identifying as something is that it conveys information both to yourself and to others, either aspirationally to yourself or as information for others to understand you better. Like, that's what it means to identify as something. So like when someone is identifying as a man or identifying as a woman, they are identifying with a broad swath of different characteristics, and they can identify with those in non-conforming ways. But they also might identify in ways that aren't congruent with their biology, or in ways that have nothing to do with their biology at all. They might identify more with a different set of characteristics that wouldn't typically be considered a gender, even. She's trying to logic bro identity and social roles. Except she's not logic broing, which is kind of the issue. It seems like she's just flailing around, and this is going to be a very long conversation about niche semantic issues, because she doesn't understand enough to know that she doesn't know how to engage with this topic.
Around.
I disagree. Plenty of people that identify as men, or hell, even people that identify as women, do not want to orbit around these traits associated with their preferred sex.
No. By orbit around, I mean that it's the framework through which you want to engage with and even defy these traits. So to give you an example, okay? Being willful, being argumentative or stubborn means different things when you're a man and a woman. I can be argumentative and stubborn with very few social consequences. Women can't, and throughout history, it's been worse for them in this regard. Now, there are plenty of argumentative and stubborn women, willful women, hysterical women, whatever. They've made a lot of history. That's great for them. But if you were to take in just this one sliver, this facet of what it means to be a man or a woman, you can be a woman and be willful, and then your willfulness, even though it is not a feminine trait in the socially expected sense, is now understood differently because you're a woman. A person can be a man, say a femboy, and be very feminine, but femininity is different when you identify as a man than as when you identify as a woman. The roles and expectations are differently. A good example would be women's femininity, while often sexualized, is not innately sexual, right? Like a woman can be feminine and present as such and be treated normally. Not as often as they would like to be, but it's possible. Femboys, on the other hand, that's practically a porn term. That's like a category on hentai sites. Because femininity, when projected from someone who identifies as a man, very different. But that's different from trans women. Trans women, if you were going by a biological essentialist argument, aren't that different from femboys, and obviously the porn sites conflate the two, but that's their problem, not mine. But the expectations between the two are very different, because there's something about being feminine while being a man that confers a certain set of expectations. So what I mean to say by all of this is
that there are different expectations associated with people who feel that they're female versus people that feel that they're male. I can agree to that. That still makes it false that all trans men are men under this account, because plenty of trans men, just by calling themselves men, they do not want to adhere to these traits and expectations we have typically associated with
they don't
men.
have to adhere, but they're in the
orbit. And they don't identify with them, and they don't want to orbit with them. So under your view, not all trans men are men.
They are orbiting with them because they're engaging with the context by which they'll be judged in relation to those expectations.
Even if they openly say, I do not want anything to do with this, I do not identify with this, I do not like this, nothing to do with it, then by your logic, unless they're lying and misguided, they would have to be not a man.
No, they adopt the orbit and then they reject the characteristics. Same as me. I am an American. I accept that term and everything that it implies, but I fervently reject elements of what it means to be an American. I will say I'm an American, but I want nothing to do with, and then I complain about a bunch of stuff like a communist would.
Yeah, so when you say adopt the orbit, you mean just by calling themselves a man, they have agreed to be associated with all of these different things.
It's like an analytical framework.
Yes, I understand.
We can remove ourselves from it entirely, being non-binary, but if you are to be a man or a woman, if you say I am this or that, you are entering yourself, and you might not like all of it, but that is what it means to call yourself a woman. If a trans woman calls themselves a woman or a trans man a man, they know what they're signing up for. There will be expectations placed on them that are new and scary and often
But a lot of them don't associate their manhood with those expectations. They may call themselves men for different reasons, but do not orbit around, identify with those types of things. So under this view, it's still false and not that all.
And I don't like cowboy hats, and yet I'm an American man. So I reject those categories.
Shake my damn head. Don't like cowboy hats? What if they're really tiny and on a frog, huh? Everyone likes cowboy hats, Vosh. Everyone. When they're tiny and on cute frogs. un-American piece of shit.
Those
Even though that was
expectations.
something.
Cowboy hats are both American and male.
Okay, so when you're okay, let's just engage with this. When you say you're an American, what does that mean to you?
That's a complicated question. I like the theoretical values associated with this country's identity as a melting pot. They're not true values, but I like the theoretical values.
Okay.
And I have a strong cultural tie to a lot of the stuff this country has to offer.
Okay, so you like these values of like a melting pot. You like these cultural identities that the country has to offer, but can
Some
people?
of them. And I do hate
some
America,
of them,
of
whichever
course.
ones you like. But can people be Americans without liking those things?
Of course.
Perfect. Then when you refer to an American, you are not referring to people who want the melting pot or et cetera, et cetera. You're referring to something else. And that's the same problem we're having in this debate.
I'm referring to a vibe.
A vibe?
That's absolutely what it means to be an American, yeah.
Is that what you're saying for manhood too, though?
Well, yeah, it's a social category. A vibe is about as close of a term you're going to get in terms of synonyms. It's a analytical framework. It's a set of
vibe.
expectations. It's a lens you view the world through. A color. It's a something that tints. It shapes. It shades. And you can choose to look at things differently once you're there. But yeah, I really do think that's what it means. I think that's what you do as well, by the way. I think that you may take your womanhood for granted, as I take my manhood for granted, because I was born into it. I didn't have to fight for it. But I think that when I think of myself as a guy and you as a woman, I presume, I can't see your brain state, we want some things associated with what it means to be a man and woman, respectively, and we don't want other things. But what we want on the whole, as an aggregate, is to be understood in the context of man or womanhood. And I think that we make that choice too.
What is the vibe of manhood that all trans men associate themselves with?
Well,
Being
all
a man.
trans men associate themselves with being a man. The vibe is
Which is what?
complicated, and well, it's the set of expectations, roles, and associations with the
But
male
that's
sex.
false because not all trans men identify with those set of roles expectations associated with the male sex.
But they identify with being men, which means
And
that
that
is
you
the
can,
frame.
and this is the problem. Those things are not mutually exclusive. You can identify as a man, and you can also not identify with the social roles and expectations associated with
But
males.
we can
And
do
that's
that
the
with
confusion.
American.
And
But-
that's the confusion we're having because you think
We can-
those
we can
things
do
go
that
hand
with
in hand when
American,
they
though.
don't.
Can we not do that with American? There are plenty of ways in which I reject American behavior and American social expectations, and yet in spite of that, I consider myself an American. There's no single definitional point I could like gesture at to prove whether or not I'm an American in a social or cultural sense, right? What does it mean to say be culturally American? What does it mean to be culturally white or black? Mixed race people struggle with this. The answer is that there is no answer. There are expectations and roles. A person who is half white and half black, or maybe quarter black, 3/4 white because of skin tones and pigmentation and the one drop rule that people still adhere to for some reason.
We should not have racial expectations, though, just to clarify.
Oh, I agree. I don't think we should have sexual expectations
Do you
either.
think we should have gendered expectations?
I don't think we should have any kind of expectation for any of these things.
Would you define race based on the expectations of the races?
Well, yeah, we already do.
Yeah.
White Latin people, for example.
It's a social construct, yeah.
Depending on how dark your skin tone is or whether or not you speak with an accent, there are plenty of Latin people and even like black people, descendants-wise, who are white passing. Kamala Harris is half black, half Indian or something?
Yes.
Yeah, right, but she gets treated black. Obama gets treated black. But I grew up around Latin people who spoke Spanish with with a thick accent. They spoke English, but they were white, like skin tone wise. So they get treated white. But obviously, our definition of race
How are
isn't
you relating this
exclusively
to
limited.
man? Just curious.
In the sense that all of it's complete bullshit. There are expectations we have for what it means to be this, that, the other. I really don't think we're doing anything other than a framework by which we're meant to be understood, even if that understanding is in service of rejecting everything associated with it. I think that a trans man can identify as a man and then reject everything about manhood and have fat titties. God bless them.
Based as hell. That's true. You can be a trans man without getting top surgery. You can be a trans man without taking testosterone. Based.
God be willing.
Contradiction from your reference. 'Cause
No,
you
no,
said
not
you're
at all.
referring- It is
It's based.
100%.
It's based.
Like
is
even
based.
just
It's true.
deductively, if we were to walk through this in a syllogistic format, it would result in a special pleading fallacy. Because you said a man is someone who identifies as a man. Then I was like, oh well, what is a man? And then you were like somebody who identifies with these social characteristics that we associate with males.
No,
but,
only identifies with being man. The characteristics themselves.
But you
don't have
did
to be
say that
identified
second
with.
part.
They identify with the broader group, the categorization, but not the individual characteristics. They could
That's
reject
what I said.
everything
The
about
social,
it.
like, yeah.
Oh,
if
the
it's
broad.
social,
Yes,
then
the broad thing.
it's not individual if it's social. But yeah, so they identify with the social traits that we associate with males, right? But I think it is false. It is notably false that just because you identify with them as a man, you identify with these social characteristics of a male.
Okay, let me give you an example here, okay? So I consider myself an American. Now, let's say I had a time machine. I traveled back to 1804 in America, right? And I step out of the time machine, okay? I step into, say, I don't know, some southern state. I have a backpack full of ammunition and weapons that won't be invented for 200 years. And I have a Judge Dredd rut of a time across the South, okay? I'm imitating Sherman. I'm having a grand old time. I'm John Browning my way through the countryside, screaming about how I'm an American, this, that, the other. Now, in the time period that I'm in right there, and honest to God, in most of the South today, all the traits that I consider being American have nothing to do with what they understand as being American. Initially, the founding fathers were so racist, they thought that Germans were too swarthy for the Anglo characteristic.
It's true. It's true. By the way, chat, we read like a fraction of Benjamin Franklin's writings on on racial purity. By Benjamin Franklin's estimation, Swedes are too swarthy for America as well. They are too ethnic, too different from the Anglo-Saxon. Like, Benjamin Franklin is one of the most racist motherfuckers. Like, there's a clip from Community.
Everybody, this is my father, Cornelius Hawthorne.
Oh, I always assumed your father was dead. Just mathematically.
Well, Mom liked to pretend that was the case.
Maybe you'll give that more, and maybe you'll give that more weight since I'm white.
You've got a wide brow. What are you, Scandinavian?
Yeah, Swedish.
Swedish dogs? Your blood is tainted by generations of race mixing with Laplanders. You're basically Finns.
It's basically that, just for pages and pages in Benjamin Franklin's journal. Holy shit, dude.
Of the colonies. So a characteristic, like a role, a trait, I'm an American, that's something that I ascribe to myself. But at the same time, I could exist in a context where I reject basically everything associated with that trait, with that role, for the same reason that there are women, even cisgender women, who have historically rejected everything about it. Joan of Arc, or I don't know, Mulan.
And what makes them women?
History, because they identify as it.
Okay, so the problem with this circularity again, if I were to tell you a blarg is somebody who identifies as a blarg, can you tell me what that is?
I wouldn't. Why would I have to tell you what that is? You just told me.
So, okay, or if I were to say this, on your screen right now, as far as I can see, there is a blarg. Can you point to it?
You made the term. How would I be able to point to it?
No, I defined it for you. I said a blarg is something that's a blarg.
Okay, so
now can you
what here
point
is a
to it?
blarg?
Oh, I just defined it.
So again.
Or is there a problem with circular definitions?
So what you just said was really dumb. A man
Why?
is someone who identifies as a man. I'm a man. Now point to the man on your screen.
Okay, now that wasn't my question though. On your screen,
It's not that hard, right? Because
on
I've
your
done
screen
two
somewhere,
things. I
on your
constructed a
screen-
definition, and then I pointed to what a representation of that is.
Okay, so in order to create a definition, all you have to do is make it circular and then point to an example of it. But the problem with that is we don't know what it is.
You can literally do that. We create new words all the time doing exactly this. Oh, this is such a vibe. What's a vibe? This is a vibe. Oh, hey, I've now decided. Here's a new term. Doubles. A double is like when it's like this. It's like these kind of things. You know, like this kind of stuff.
Oh my god, chat. Vosh invented doubles. He's running a Double factory out of his house.
Well, there you go. We do. This is language. We do this literally all the time. I'm not like, this sounds facetious, but like we do this constantly. New music genres are invented like this nonstop.
Hold on, yeah, but
words
the
get
problem
codified.
Is, if I were to say a blarg is somebody who identifies as a blarg, then I pointed at myself and James and I said we're both blargs. Can you tell me what it is now?
Why would I need to know what it is? Someone
Well,
who
can you tell-
identifies it.
based on the information that I gave you, can you tell me what that word refers to?
You.
Me and James.
What you're
exa-
arguing.
Wait,
what?
what?
You're arguing,
Wait,
so
this is just
what
crazy.
you're
Because
arguing.
wait, hold on. Because
Wait, you're
there's
you're
a
mixing two
difference
things up.
between an
You're mixing-
example
you're
and
mixing-
the actual referring of the word.
You're
Like,
mixing-
this can
you're
be an
mixing two
example of a
things up.
triangle without
What-
it being the definition of a triangle.
What you're mad about is that this definition doesn't seem very useful. There's nothing wrong with what just happened. You said a blarg is when someone identifies as one. I identify as a blarg. I now know everything I need to. You're a blarg. That's it. There's literally nothing wrong. There's no problem with circularity. Language exists this way. This is normal. The question
Well, the
is
problem is
this
it's
definition
uninformative.
useful? Right. You're talking about utility. And hey, I agree. I'm a gender abolitionist. I don't give a shit about gender. So if we could just get rid
Based.
of all of this and not bother with it, that would be phenomenal. But in the meantime, as long as we have a bunch of arbitrary associations around like what it means to be a man or a woman, a bunch of widely held expectations, mind you, about what it means to be a man or a woman, then people are going to have preferences for which group they want to associate
Wait, the
with.
problem
And as long
is
as they want that,
trans men
I'm fine
aren't
with
men
it.
then. If the word has no meaning, then trans men aren't men. The same way I can't say a water bottle.
And you aren't a woman.
Wait, hold on. The same way I can't say that a water bottle is a blarg because we don't really know what a blarg is. A blarg has no
You
meaning.
can say that.
So hold on. Wait. Then we would need to know what it means.
You
What
don't.
is-
No.
Wait,
No.
hold on. What
You
property?
don't. No. You
Yes,
just
we
said
do.
it.
Yes, we do. Because, for example, me, James, water bottle. These things are all blargs. What is the property that they have in common?
I don't know. Why? I don't care. Wait. Why?
Okay, and that's the
Things
same
that share-
problem with
wait,
the
things
definition
that
of
share-
man.
Wait. No. Again, you're attacking utility. First of all, things that all belong to a group or to a term don't have to
No,
have
it's
a
not
shared
utility.
characteristic.
Uninformative has to refer to.
That's
it's like
utility. You're
fallacy.
describing-
It's a fallacy. No.
You,
it's a-
no. It's not about. Don't misuse the term fallacy.
No, it
You're-
is. For
no,
example,
please,
it
no,
is.
stop. Wait,
It
stop,
is.
please,
Please,
wait,
please,
no.
for the love
Listen,
of God, please.
What you're just describing right now are useless terms. You're describing terms that don't provide meaning. They don't elucidate. They don't give you understanding. That's fine. There are lots of words like that. If
That's
your
what a
problem-
contradiction is.
No,
Like,
no.
can you
no,
wait?
no,
Hold on.
No, please,
That's what it
please. No, you need to understand this if you ever, because you're going to be showing this PowerPoint off to like 70 more people, and they're all going to tell you this, and you need to learn now, okay? Language does not give you a right to utility. Usefulness, consistency, broadly shared terms between things within a same definition, language guarantees none of these things. I don't know why. I don't know where this misunderstanding of linguistics came from. If you want, you can read like the big theorists and understand that they're basically throwing their arms up in the air going, we have no fucking clue how language works. None of this works this way. Like, you have to read Wittgenstein or something. The idea of like, well, it's a fallacy to have a term that refers to a thing when you don't know that. No, it's not. That's not what a fallacy
Okay.
means. A
Can
fallacy
I give you
is
an
a
example?
wait, no. A fallacy is a logical contradiction. When you say a blarg is this, these are blargs, and leave it at that, you have not constructed a logical contradiction. You have actually created a perfectly consistent and
give you an
self-contained
example,
bubble
though?
of information. It's just useless info.
Can I give you? So if we had a squared circle, can you envision a squared circle?
So again, square and circle have mutually exclusive. Well, first of all, you can round
Correct.
the
It's
edges
a
of square.
contradiction. Something can't be both square and both circle at the same time because it violates the logical law of non-contradiction.
Well, that would
And
really
if I were
depend.
to tell somebody, envision a squared circle, they would always never be able to do it because it's a contradiction, right?
Hold on.
And that is what renders that uninformative. And
You're
that is why
incorrect.
we have the fallacy of
I
non-contradiction.
have Googled squared circle and found multiple definitions. It can refer to a boxing ring. You can have a circle enclosed
That's not
within
what
a
I'm
square,
referring
or a
to.
square
You
with
could have
a-
asked for clarification.
Oh, well, that's interesting. It's almost like language is an
Can you
imperfect way of
envision-
referring to real world ideas, and your attempts to try to apply a kind of failed logical consistency onto these arbitrary social categories is kind of stupid and self-defeating. You can have a squared circle. I'm envisioning it now. You can't see my mind because, you know. it's
Okay, you can
beautiful.
draw it, but can you envision a shape that has 4 equal 90-degree angle sides, square,
Mm-hmm.
and also simultaneously is a round plane with a 360-degree angle. Like, that is not possible because it violates the law of non-contradiction.
They
Those
have
two
mutually exclusive definitions.
Correct. They have mutually exclusive definitions. So if I were to tell somebody and gave them that background, envision a squared circle, they'd never be able to do it. It's uninformative.
So what
the
does that
same
have to do?
applies. The
Wait,
same
so-
applies. Wait,
but
hold on.
we're
The same
talking
would
about
apply to
language.
man. The same applies to man. If you say
How?
a man, somebody who identifies as a man, and I say, what's that? And somebody who identifies as a man, social stuff doesn't have to work. So identifies as a man, then it would be the same with the Blarg example I gave.
No, wait, hold on. You have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, so let me explain this to you. When we talk about a square and a circle having mutually contradictory definitions,
Yeah, they've been talking for an hour. It's been pretty clear that she has no idea what she's talking about for quite some time here. Oh no, Salmon Moose! You're unsubbed! Oh no!
the reason for that is because we are assuming that the definition for both those things adheres to the mathematical description of a square and a circle. Both of these terms have mathematical descriptions. If you were to twist those definitions, then you could create a squared circle with any set of categories, characteristics, or non-literal meanings. But again, we're referring to physical mathematical constructions. To try to ascribe the law of non-contradiction as applied in this case to social categories betrays, and just I'm not going to dust
Logic
around
is
it.
universally applied.
No. You don't understand what a social category is. You were unable
Logic
to.
is universally
you
applied.
were
It's
no,
applied
no,
to
no,
social
stop,
categories.
stop.
It's applied to
No,
science.
this is like 101 stuff. This is like an economist talking about like
and
supply demand.
I don't know,
graphs
like the
with two
first thing I
lines.
hear every time I take a
Please, let me-
philosophy class is
Please,
that
I'm trying
logic
to
is
explain this to you.
universal.
No, stop. Logic is universal, but the logic of social constructs and concretely defined mathematical categories are different. This is the reason why nobody has a definition for what it means to be black.
No.
Squared circle.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you, friendo. I appreciate the support. That helps me to not die.
You can look if you want, by the way. There are philosophers, anthropologists, sociologists, and biologists who have all gotten on the case. There's no answer to it. We also don't have an answer for what it means exactly to be biologically male or female, because there are exceptions in intersex people where the gametes may be in an interstitial point where it's impossible to concretely determine this. In reality, outside of the abstract definitions of mathematics, everything in all logic is conditional to our circumstantial analysis of the situation. That's just how life is, especially with language where we make the words. None of this has anything to do with the definition of
two
man.
mutually contradictory concepts. So
No, I have not. You just haven't understood the
a
concept.
man is somebody who identifies as a man, and then a man is somebody who identifies with the social role we typically associate with males. These two don't have to be true at the same
Being a
time.
man is being the looking at the world and being viewed through a given framework associated with those roles and
Okay,
expectations.
but now you're changing it. Do you understand that? Because you had
No,
never talked about an internal
I've said
perception.
this. No,
before
I've
right
said this about a dozen times, so I'm going to say it one more time. There are roles and expectations we associate with being a man. They change from culture to culture, time period to time period. That is what we think of as a man in a social sense. We have strong understandings of this, by the way. Short hair, lack of piercing, type of clothing, how you act, how you treat people. These are social things, not biological, but we believe them strongly nonetheless. And they're different here than they are in Saudi Arabia, India, and Russia, or all over the world. And when a person identifies as a man, or is told they're a man and just goes along with it, as many people do, most people are cisgender, that's because they choose to, or simply are, engaging with that perspective. Imagine it as like, I'm trying to like boil this down to the most like Reddit brain thing that I can, like a class in an RPG or something, right? A class in an open-ended RPG. We're playing that one game that's Diablo but not. What is it called? Path of Exile, okay? Everyone gets the same skill tree, okay? Anyone can build into anything, all right? However, you're choosing to engage with the world from the framework of the class that you got into from the get-go. There are sets and frameworks and decisions, like being an American, right? Like, I'm an American, but what does that mean? I don't know. Nobody knows what it means to be an American in a social sense, but that doesn't mean that it's you.
I've heard the song Born to be an American, Vosh. How dare you lie?
Useless to think of people as Americans, because people might have different meanings, different understandings. And that's why this isn't useless. We do have preconceptions of what it means to be a man. different ones, contradictory ones, but they still exist. And when a person says, I
Do you think
identify
we
as a
should
man,
adopt contradictions? Logic, if we can, agree it's a logical contradiction, do you think it can be a
no,
contradiction?
it's
and
not a
be true?
logical contradiction. It
You
is
just
a
said contradiction. How
no,
is
no, okay, no, see, this is your problem. You're trying to apply a 101 understanding of logic. This is a contradiction in definition, which is not a logical
Which is a
contradiction.
reference. Okay, hold on. Let me give you an example.
Wait, do you,
Hold on,
are you aware?
let me give you an example.
No, stop. Are you aware of the fact that different cultures have contradictory definitions of what it means to be a man in terms of like socially, like, are you a man? Like that kind of thing.
People refer to different things, but when I'm saying, for example, I will say, when I refer to a triangle, I'm referring to a
We're
three-sided.
talking about social constructs, not distinct mathematical abstract
What
concepts.
what is a social construct?
I really wish you would have Googled that before talking to me.
What is a social construct? Okay, time to pull out the sociology degree and teach you Sociology 101. Something you could have done before you came to the debate. See, this is the problem, chat, with conversations like this, right? Ah, Catalina Gearbox, thanks for the 100 biddies. This is the problem, right? Like, if... And I think this is honestly, like, one of the biggest assets to conservatism, right? If you are a dumb fuck, and you have no idea what you're talking about, that puts your debate opponent in a tough spot. Because your debate opponent now not only has to, like, debate you, but also has to teach you a goddamn college course. Or make fun of you mercilessly. Those are your two options. Let's see which one Vosh goes with.
I really think I understand how most people use the term, but I want clarification because as far as I'm concerned, under your framework, every single word is socially constructed, is it not?
Yes.
Perfect.
Literally
Now
every
let me continue. Did we not invent the word
concept-
triangle?
No. The concept of a triangle is not socially constructed. The term we've created for it
Perfect.
is.
The concept of a man is not socially constructed. The term is. Now define what that concept is.
No, incorrect. That's what a social construct is. A triangle is not a social construct. Our understanding of it is, and certainly the word for it. A man is a social construct, and the word we've constructed for it is as well. That's the difference between a social
So
construct.
you didn't answer what a social construct was in the way you're using
No,
it.
but you don't even know what they are. Listen, a triangle, the concept, the mathematical concept of a three-sided, three-angled polygon or whatever, not a polygon, a shape. That is it is an abstract thing that exists in the ether that we pluck from the universe and we give a word to. The word triangle has not always had the same definition and doesn't currently. There are multiple social definitions for the word triangle that don't actually refer to a mathematical property. You could, like, there are words for triangle that are direct translations from other languages that refer to, like, a ménage à trois or, like, a three-way or something like that.
What is the social the distinction again? Like, what's the social construct that man can't be something that's identified within reality?
A social construct is a concept that we have defined socially, but is not emergent from the universe.
It's all
It is
ogre,
something
man.
that we have built. It is something that understandings of is shifted because they are a product of our mind and our perception. Everything, well, not everything, but most everything we deal with on a day-to-day basis is to some extent a social construct. And the question is, to what extent do we is empirical engagement valuable here? We used to think empirical engagement was very valuable when it came to race. This was the phrenology, skull measuring whole business, right? Well, we know that race exists in a social construct, but social constructs aren't necessarily completely detached from, say, innate mathematical properties. So let's analyze these skull shapes. Scientific racism had a good heyday for about 150 years, but at the end of it now, with our current understanding, it seems like race was, yeah, pretty much just a social construct. It wasn't actually tied that much to a mathematical understanding of what it means to be white or black.
Okay, so when you say a social construct, if I understood correctly, it's a concept that we define socially that is not emergent from the universe.
Yeah, like we don't pluck the definition or the understanding of this thing from some kind of abstract.
So then this gets into this problem. Do you think that men and women existed before Homo sapiens developed complex language?
The social construct of what it means to be a man or a woman in a gendered sense? No, of course not.
So there were no men and women prior to the Western linguistic development?
Wait, but before the word man and woman?
Yeah. Were there men and women before the word man and woman?
Yeah, there have been analogous terms to those in previous languages.
Okay,
And
so
the,
then it seems that they are emergent still from reality.
No, that's not. Wait, no, that's not emergent from the universe. That's different languages giving different terms to the same fundamental like part of.
What
human
does
existence.
emergent from? Are humans not emergent from the universe?
Oh, oh God. No.
No,
Do you
no,
understand the
no.
difference between a triangle, something that you can arrive at from first principles, and what it means to be a man, something that you arrive at through observation and explanation?
I think all concepts are that which exist within reality and the
Okay, so
universe. So can you
you're
define?
engaging in-
Wait, hold
okay,
on.
so-
How is
wait, wait,
how
wait,
is
wait,
a
wait,
man?
wait,
How is a
I'm-
human man not emergent from the universe?
So what?
I feel like she's literally being like, how is a man not a miserable pile of secrets? I just don't understand right now. She can't do it, chat.
What you're doing here is called scientific positivism. That's something you should write down to look up in the future. There was a philosophical movement about 200 or so years ago that's mostly died down, that was under the impression that the laws and principles of scientific analysis were capable of solving all human problems because everything we are and everything we do adheres ultimately to scientific principles. They were wrong. They were actually deeply racist lunatics who believed that all of their pre-existing social biases were just them understanding the material thread of reality. In reality, most social stuff is done through social work. Sociology, anthropology, history, interpretation, analysis, economics, political theory. The idea that, say, for example, communism is plucked from the threads of the universe, simply not true. It's a product of human understanding, a subjective, partial, and
is
often
human
shifting...
understanding within the universe? Is
Wait, I didn't say-
consciousness?
Wait,
I'll say
everything.
consciousness.
Wait.
Is-
Everything is within the universe. The
Is it?
question
Did it emerge from the universe?
from first principles?
Something like
So
consciousness.
you're
let's just take it
misunderstanding
down.
these terms.
No, I'm
Our
not.
we don't
Do you want to
understand what
clarify then?
consciousness
What
is.
do you mean when you say emerged from the universe? As far as I'm concerned, everything emerged from the universe.
Okay. If something's definition is self-evidently a product of the systems that have been used to construct it, that is to say, like a triangle, like mathematical and scientific theories like gravity, like our understanding of atomic structures and molecular structures, these things are to some extent subject to our social interpretation, but we're mostly just observing and giving names to the universe. With things like what a man is, we made that. What a man is would die with our species. A triangle would not. There are plenty of things that we take for granted in the day-to-day that if the Earth was annihilated in a nuclear hellfire,
Okay.
would not reemerge. The
Okay,
triangle
so
would.
okay, I actually the concept of man, if humans were to go extinct, that would die. But this gets into the implication of like, do you think the word human or Homo sapien is a social construct too?
Yeah, our difference in species differentiation. is
Taxonomy?
Yeah, that is 100% socially determined. There are literally arguments within the field of taxonomy whether or not like two species should be considered the same or not. Like this is ongoing debate.
Yeah,
I'm sure that
I mean,
these
I
lines
agree
will
with that,
change all the
but
time.
clearly it's not a social construct. It's various scientists trying to point universe.
The thing exists independent of how it is categorized. It is the categorization that is the social construct. Jesus, fuck.
It's literally a social construct where they're arguing over whether or not it would be more or less useful to us socially to separate these definitions. It is literally a social construct.
Okay, so when you say like a man is a social construct, what do you mean by that?
I mean that these are things, we made it. We're not pulling this from the universe. We're not arriving at it from first principles. We get to choose what it is. We choose the terms. Taxonomists get to decide whether or not a red flying squirrel and a beige flying squirrel are the same species, and we get to decide what a man is. these terms, there's no harm in making a wrong decision. You can't make a wrong decision. What a man is different here than it is in Mexico. I mean, that's just south of the border, right? But
What
they're
about
not
male?
wrong.
Male. Do you think male is socially constructed?
Yeah, of course. Like I said, we don't actually
Male,
know.
not man. MALE.
Yeah, we don't actually know where the exact line is because there's not really a way to know. It's kind of a
Can you
spectrum.
define tedious?
There's
So
an American
before-
scientific article that discusses this.
Before humans came into existence, were there males and females?
The spectrum exists for mammals and most living
And
things
it's not
in
a
some manner
social
of re-
construct.
No. The terms we've given are though.
All
So-
words are socially constructed. That's not how you're using social
So
construct.
if you're asking, is there like an objective biological like male or female gametes? Even that varies species to species. So you could argue that's not a social construct in a
Sure,
human
but
sense,
did
rather
males
a
and
product
females
of-
exist? However you may determine that. Before we had the word male and female, did males and females exist?
In terms of like the inseminator and the inseminatee, like this
Oh no. Chat. The inseminator has returned.
process, this
Somehow, the inseminator has returned.
biological archetype existed before we gave term to it. Absolutely.
Okay, so then it's
Hey,
not a social
tungsten
construct, it's a concept
wastrel.
we identify.
I feel like it's been a while
but
since I
whether
saw
or
you
not
here.
where we draw the line between male and female is because throughout all of like the existence of species on this planet, there have also been genetic anomalies that do not concretely fit within the male-female dichotomy. This continues with our species today. So while the process of reproduction through male, female, mammalian, whatever, right? That's been going on for a long time. To look at that and go, yes, there are two distinct like categories. That's an us thing. That's an our brain thing. That's not a universe thing. We did that.
Yeah, so I'd say we make the words to refer to the phenomena, right? So we made the word male to refer to something, and here we're talking about man to refer to some phenomena. So when
we put boxes
Phenomena.
on the real world. We create the categories, and categories are definitionally social constructs. A thing may exist in reality, but our going over to go,
yeah,
this
I
is
think
this and this is
I
that.
think we agree here because we both agree gravity existed before the word gravity existed.
Yeah, of course, but that's a
Yeah, so
universal.
it's something like that, right? So like with the term man, when we say man, what phenomena are we referring to?
Phenomena.
Well, we're referring to a social phenomenon
Of
the traits, roles, and expectations that we generally associate with the identity associated with all of those traits, roles, and expectations.
But that's not correct
yeah.
because you still would refer to people as men, as you've said to me, if they don't identify with those things.
No, the identity. They identify with the identity. The identity is constructed and socialized around all of those traits.
Yeah, plenty of trans men don't identify with the identity
No.
of male typical traits.
Of male. No, you keep
Oh,
this
God.
is it's like
Oh,
50
God.
times I keep
Oh,
saying this.
fuck.
The only thing that you're identifying with is being a man. Being a man is this orbit, this framework, this construct. You can reject every single individual characteristic associated with being a man and still be one. There
Okay.
are cisgender women who have made an effort
But then
to
you
reject
realize the
every
word.
single.
Are you familiar with like the use mention distinction?
Yes,
Okay, so you're mentioning the word man, correct? Not using it.
I'm in this context. I think I'm doing both. What contradiction do you think there is?
Because if you said that somebody can reject every referent for man but still be a man, it just seems that a man is somebody who identifies as a man means a man is somebody who identifies with the word man.
Well, yeah, in the English language, sure.
Okay, so if a man is somebody who identifies as the word man, then you still run into the problem of the only men are English-speaking men.
Well, then there would be right, and whatever the Spanish word for man is, I could only guess at mano. Then there you go. They have
Wait,
the
hold
mono
on.
category.
Okay, so if we have a hermano is someone who identifies as a hermano, and a man is somebody who identifies as a man, you do realize that would make the English speaker not a hermano because they don't identify with that word, and that would make the Spanish speaker not a man because they don't identify with that word.
Wait, we already have that
Under the use mentioned distinction.
Yeah, we already have that. The definition for what it means to be
Yeah,
a
so
woman.
then you would
no,
concede.
wait. This isn't even a trans thing. Is the thing. What it means to be like a good woman has varied through Christendom to Islam to like modern day America to India to like, so like if a person was like a woman in like a social sense in America in the 1920s, the clothing she wore, the way she talked, the way she acted, whatever, and then she went over to say, I don't know, like Afghanistan, she would not be considered a woman in a social sense. She would be considered like a Western woman. She would be recognized as biologically female.
Okay,
But the idea
I think they're saying hermano, like brother.
of like, oh, now she, like the idea of these like social roles being culturally identical across borders, that's the whole point. Like that's why these are social constructs.
Then you have to concede that there are no non-English speaking men.
Well, we would call them men in the same way we do with. Okay, so what?
Okay,
you're doing
okay,
right
hold
now,
on.
No,
Okay,
no, no,
well,
no, 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 wait. I can't let you get away with that.
Okay.
That is true, in the case of like every word. So, for example, Russians don't have the word soldier; they have a different word. So technically, there are no Russian soldiers, except we're not idiots. So the Russian word for soldier, whatever it is, you know, they're like, oh, they have those. Okay, so let's not be stupid and understand that's a soldier. What, like, this is what I meant at the very beginning with talking about chair and American, things you were never able to provide a contrary example to. The, like, stick up your ass you have for trans-identification would fuck over all language. You would destroy, you're killing language, you're murdering it right now. And like, no, genuinely, like your lack of understanding of the way language functions, the ambiguity of language, you defined cool as thing you like when it's a noun. You would take the American literary classics and you would choke them to death in their sleep. No language could survive. Your drive to exclude trans men has a casualty count beyond what you could imagine. If you were reshaping the universe to exclude them in the fashion you chose to, for no reason, by the way, you would fuck over the entire construct that we have for referring to things. These are not standards you can apply elsewhere. Because language just does not work the way, seriously, there aren't men who don't speak English. Well, then there are no there are no chefs in Mexico because they have a different word for chef then, should they not?
This is where we need to get clear about the use mentioned distinction.
I've been very clear. But we can't even move past step one. We've been on step one for an hour.
When we say chef, we are not saying the letter CHEF. We're referring to some phenomena. When you say man, a man is somebody who identifies as a man. You are saying somebody can be a man if they identify with MAN, correct?
No.
That's what you said.
No, this is very simple. Males exist in all countries and all cultures. It's just how we're built. And in every culture, there are sets of roles and expectations associated with being male. And those social roles, because these are social, because they're roles, right? That's not biological. That is what I mean when I say man. Now, different cultures have different words for it, but all of them are similar in the sense that they have this distinction. It's not the same everywhere, right? India has a legally recognized third gender. Like pre-Spanish colonization, Philippines had like their fucking gay femboy priestesses or whatever. I don't know. Different cultures have different ideas. And regardless of the words we're using to describe it, understanding these terms shift. They don't have a concrete definition because they're social constructs. Then the manner of identifying as a man is simply saying, this is the category that I wish to belong to, even if I reject.
What does that category mean?
I just said the category of what we associate with.
But you already conceded that that is not a necessary condition to be a man.
No, I can't keep saying this. You identify with the category. Not with all of the things associated with it, like how I identify with the category American, despite rejecting an overwhelming majority of what people consider American to refer to. So there's no contradiction here, because when you talk about definitions in this way, you can't disprove someone. You could never prove somebody wrong if they said, yeah, I'm American, like in a cultural sense, like, you know, I love America, American. You couldn't prove them wrong, because some of the most fervent advocates for America in like a theoretical sense have been people who hated the actual country, like John Brown types who would fight and die to make this country less terrible than it is, who hate it and its people and its leaders, but still consider themselves Americans. You can't prove them wrong. So many words work this way. Just like you can't prove a person wrong when somebody says they're cool,
So
but you can still think they're wrong.
Americans are people who identify as Americans, and then hombres in Spanish are people who identify as hombres, and then in English we have men are people who identify as men. Is that correct?
Hey, Salami.
Okay, so that is the problem
Welcome
I'm having
to
with is that it still entails
riverboat.gg.
vicious circularity.
But we've addressed the circularity argument with the cool argument. Can we get past? So I know that all the language
Okay,
bullshit.
okay,
Like,
well,
wait, please. We're on step one and we're never moving past it. I know that you don't actually care about all this, and this is all second principles. Why do you actually? What's actually the deal with like trans dudes? Because like the language stuff bores me because like as somebody who has at least a decent read in linguistics, I know for a fact that all of this is a smokescreen that people throw up to waste time when they have a very, very poor understanding of the actual linguistic first principles behind what it means to be any definition. What's the real issue with convince me, all right? Let's hypothetically, let's say that I'm not here for the linguistic arguments. I'm here for pure utility. Why should trans men not be men, okay? I'm mentally projecting a trans man using a woman's restroom right now. Make me angry about it. I'm envisioning this. I'm manifesting it. It's happening somewhere in the world right now. What is the deal? What's wrong?
Well, I'm not really here to argue the bathroom stuff or the sports stuff or any of the applied ethics. I'm just here to argue on philosophical and logical grounds that a trans man is not a man. All trans men aren't men, I should say. No matter what view you take, it still ends up being false that all trans
you don't
are men.
believe this.
And I don't think you should tell me that. I do believe this.
I should believe. Well, you seem very comfortable making prescriptions about other people's brain states, so I'm just getting into the the swing of things.
Brain states?
Yeah, whether or not a person identifies as a man.
That just seems to be a assertion. It doesn't really need a brain state.
It's an assertion of one's brain state.
What evidence?
How else could you know if a
what
person is a
evidence
man?
suggests that there is a man brain state that exists?
What evidence suggests? Because the brain state is them thinking I'm a man, and then they say I'm a man, which is how
Okay,
you say
so
things.
it's
The
the-
brain has to.
It's the thinking you're a man is what makes you a man.
Yeah, but I won't know till you say it because I can't read people's minds.
Okay, so if we had like cognitively disabled
This is
adult
really
human males,
weird.
you would say that they're not men
This is really deeply weird.
Why would I say that?
because they don't have the mental capacity to form conscious thoughts about self-identity.
Then I would just never know. I would just like.
So, but
proceed
by your
without-
logic, they would be, I guess the term is agender.
Well, I mean, if they were cognitively disabled to the point where they can't even think or speak, then, I mean, I guess it wouldn't even matter. I would just treat them like that would be like me wondering whether they're an American. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I'm not going to have a convo with them, right? Like, why would it matter to me? Of what
So-
relevance is that?
When you ask like, why do you care? I agree that there are people that identify as men. The question of this debate is, does identifying as a man make you a man?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's where we have our disagreements and whatnot. And
We don't have any
kinda just wanna-
disagreements. We both exist in the context of a world where language works the way I say it does and doesn't work the way you say it does.
Well,
We
I don't
both
mind.
agree-
I don't mind accepting your framework and then doing an internal critique. That's why I want to walk through this logically. Okay, so a man is someone who identifies as a man. What are they identifying as? They're identifying with the category that is the social roles and expectations associated with males. Is that fair so far?
I think so.
Okay. They identify with that category of the social roles of males. And by identifying with that category, they are men.
Yes.
Okay.
Like with Americans.
Okay. So if, let's say, a non-binary or a woman, non-binary person or a woman was
A
to identify
non-binary,
with the category
a
of all these
transgender.
things associated with men, by
Hey,
your logic, that
Archangel.
would have to make them men.
Our brains are all collectively trying to strangle ourselves. Like the brain is just sloshing down our esophagus to try and strangle us with this debate. Holy shit! This one hurts. This might be the most painful one I've seen. What game is this? This is The Last Spell. And Salami, I recommend it. I'm having a really good time with it, actually.
Well, yeah. If they associate with the category, they'd be men. That'd be them
Interesting.
saying,
So
"I'm men."
I still think that would lead to conclusions like some people's gender identity is not valid. Some cisgender women are actually just closeted trans men.
Well, if they're closeted so hard that even they don't know it, then I don't know what relevance that would be to the system of self-identification. If they say that they're a man or a woman, then I'll take them at their word, because they're just choosing to be viewed in that framework. That's all I really care
Do
about.
you agree that there are men who do not identify with the category associated with males?
Well, no, because they're men. They would have to say that they're not men in order to not identify with it. Like if you say I'm American, you're kind of going like, yeah, this is like the understanding of me that I project, even if I disagree with a bunch of people's interpretations of it.
So if somebody said I'm a man, but I want nothing to do with this broader category and this archetype, why would they still be a man?
For the same reason that a person like me could call myself American while hating America. There's a deliberate contradiction and a value. The same reason femboys call themselves men and sometimes take HRT, have small tits, and dress up in like maid outfits, because they're choosing to adopt a role purely to reject it, which is a valid, I might argue, the only valid choice when it comes to living one's life. You're choosing to adopt a framework simply to break it. We do this all the time, like in the expectation thing, right? Like, for example, there are comedians who have done bits where all they do is go up to the microphone and say nothing. Now, definitionally, a comedian, or at least a comedic act, usually has to involve some kind of behavior. But the decision to frame oneself as a comedian while saying nothing is a choice. And it's a choice that wouldn't work if you were just a sound check guy. Then it would just be awkward. But a comedian standing up there, well, that changes the framework, even if the silence remains the same. It's just art.
So the property that all men have in common is that they identify as men,
Yes, the only
Okay.
category.
which means the category is the social part.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's all social.
Okay. So by identifying as a man, you think you just automatically opt into the category and everything associated with it?
You opt into being interpreted in the context of everything associated with it. I think-
Interpreted. Like
Right, 'cause
people
that's how
see you
people-
as such.
Yeah, well, people will treat you in that fashion, and you'll think of yourself in that fashion. If a person says, I identify as a man, despite being biologically female, I think that has a lot to do with self-perception. I think that has a lot to do with how other people treat you, even if you don't behave any differently than you did when acting as a woman.
So so you said people will see you that way and you'll also think of yourself that way. And that is what I'm pushing back on is false, because plenty of trans men, society doesn't see them that way and they don't think of themselves that way. So not all trans men are men under this
Well,
view.
I think they're looking to be interpreted in that framework publicly.
Not all trans men are looking to be interpreted in that framework.
Well, if they say publicly that they're men, they are very
You
directly
can say
saying
you're a man and also say I don't want to be interpreted in that framework.
What frame? I've never heard a trans man say that. What framework would they say?
Okay, so,
they're
I mean,
saying,
the framework
I'm
being the
a man,
social-
but I don't want to be thought of as a man. That's what they say.
No, you can say I'm a man, and by the way, I don't want to associate with these roles, expectations you have with males.
Sure. So they're rejecting them, like a femboy who identifies as a man but acts more girly than girls. You know.
Yeah, so then
That's a choice.
I think then that it doesn't. When you say a man is somebody who identifies as man, and then a man is this category, it is possible to identify as a man and then not meet that category.
Well, you're in the category. You don't meet the expectations of the category, but that's your choice to reject them.
It's your. Will you repeat that last part? It's your choice to reject them.
To reject them, yeah. To be a part of a category and then reject all of the things people associate with it. It's not like any of this means anything.
So, okay, this is just a little bit confusing to me because would we apply this to anything else within reality? Like, if you identify as 6 foot but you're not actually 6 foot, like, why wouldn't that be the same thing?
Because that's an empirical measurement. It can be statistically determined. It can be observed absent any social observation or context. It wouldn't change culture to culture as long as they use the same imperial units. However, if one were to say, I'm cool, that would change massively depending on where you are. Sometimes, like, have you never met a really like nerdy person, like they play D&D or like 40K or whatever, and then they're like, nah, I'm cool, and like they're not in a broad social sense. They wouldn't be treated cool, but there's something kind of cool about the fact that they think they're cool despite being so uncool, and that is cool. But people won't treat them as being cool for that. Unless maybe, stuff's changing. D&D is getting more popular. So maybe the fact that they thought they were cool doing that before people even thought it was cool would make them more cool when people broadly think it's cool. Now tell me, how do you logically disprove any part of that? You
Well,
can't.
the only way to logically disprove a definition or referent is to ask them what that means and then to apply it to different scenarios and see if they special plead.
But if you did that to the definition of cool, they would give you a wedgie and they would give you a swirly. That's not how language works when it comes to the term.
I don't think they would do that.
They would do that. They would.
Moving like to how would this be applicable to man is in order to disprove that somebody is a man, you ask them what it means to be a man. How do you know that you're a man? How do you know that somebody else is a man?
Well, you shouldn't ask a trans person that. That's considered quite rude.
Well, I'm talking about you. I don't think you're trans.
I'm not
or-
trans. But
Okay.
it's the same. As like, it's the same
Not yet. We're coming for you, buddy.
with the definition of cool.
Hey,
I
Bakul.
really do not think that language works this way. Internal
Bakul, we beat Hollow Knight. We moved on to another game.
consistency in how we describe like social attributes. It's just the most you can do is like an anthropological analysis of how people broadly understand what it means to be a man. And to be clear, a broad understanding of what it means to be a man and what it means to be a man are two separate things. Like if I were to go, for example, to like Saudi Arabia and somebody asked me, what does it mean to be a man? Well, I would have two answers, right? Because it's a complicated question. On one hand, I could say, well, it's when you identify as a man, because like, sure, right, that's true. But then I could go like, oh, well, the Saudi Arabian men are considered to be good caretakers of the home if they do this, and it's considered masculine to do that. And for some reason, they really like firing guns in the air at people's birthday parties, and they like tipping their cars over when driving on the highway. And like, all of these things are associated with being a man in Saudi Arabia. But it doesn't refer to the fundamental self-identification thing. And neither of them can be disproven, because you wouldn't say that a Saudi Arabian man isn't a man because he hasn't fired a gun in the air during a friend's birthday party.
Okay, so
They do like doing that.
what just to like shift a little bit, what do you think is another feature of in reality that you obtain simply by identifying as having such?
American.
So identifying as an American makes you an American?
In like a cultural sense, like socially, like, are you an American? Yeah. At least it's not a disprovable thing. I mean, I think that some people might have a stronger case to it if they can, you know, make the argument, but it's not an empirically provable or disprovable thing.
So
Being a fan of anything,
I think
being
the way-
religious. Oh, people say they're Christian, Jewish, Muslim, but then you see them like not going to church or whatever. You can't really disprove them on that.
Well, so that's what I'm saying. I think there's in all of these three cases, there are still necessary conditions that must be met. Like, I'll use like Islam. In order to be a Muslim, you must believe in a monotheistic God. In order to be a sports fan, you must at least know what the sport is. I think we can agree there. In order to, what was the first one? In order to be an American in cultural sense, you must at least identify with some of the American cultural traits, not none. So there are
I don't
still
think that's true. There are
So-
there are Christians, for example, that actually believe in like multiple deities.
Then they're not Christian. Then they're a different religion.
Tell them that.
I will, like, because that's not how categories work.
Wait,
If-
are members of the Anglican Church Christian? The ones who broke off from the Pope?
I don't. Yeah, if they believe in a monotheistic God, they meet that condition. So there's
That's not the definition of Christianity. Whoa, whoa,
I know.
whoa,
I'm
whoa.
Whoa! I think we hit a new level here. I think we finally maybe broke some ground slightly. We'll see.
I know. We were just talking about polytheism versus
No,
monotheism.
no, no. I mean, no. This is important.
Yeah, yes,
Wait, the
yes, yes,
Protestants
yes,
were
yes.
not considered to be real Christians after the split in the church, after Henry VIII. So, are you telling me then that the Anglican Church and all the
In
subsequent
order,
Protestant
I'll say
groups-
this: in order to be a Christian, I suppose you need to believe in Jesus as the Messiah. You need to believe in the Bible, and you need to believe in the triune monotheistic God. Right? Those three things. The same way, in order to be a man,
How do
there
you
are
get to
certain
decide
conditions.
that?
What?
There are people who don't adhere to that, who consider
And then I
themselves
tell them they're
Christians.
not. The same way that
what
people
makes
don't
you
adhere
the
to.
judge?
Because then they would be a different religion. They wouldn't fit that
So,
category.
okay, so Protestants and Catholics disagree. Are they different religions?
They still meet those three conditions.
No, but you're the one deciding those conditions. Who's to say you're not full of shit?
I think that my conditions are most consistent, and if anybody wants to challenge me on that, they're more than welcome to do
They
so.
have no. There are literally
Meeting
millions
with,
of people who would behead you for saying that right now. Like they would behead you for this.
Well, there's millions of people who would behead either of us for even having this discussion. So
I agree. I agree. No. But you just like no. This is the critical thing. You impose a fake standard of consistency where none exists. What you're doing right now, you just did a social construct. You're like, well, objectively, you're not really a Christian if you don't meet these categories. I literally just came off the dome. Says who?
Okay,
Christianity is a social construct.
Okay, let's take something like a right-handed person. Do you think that's a social construct?
Absolutely, yeah. People can.
Do you
use
think
the
right
or
and
left hand
left
to
are
vary.
social constructs?
Like in the sense that they're relative, like to you, I get, but like broadly, not really. No. Though actually, yeah, I would say so, because you could argue like, is left or right a deliberate direct 90 degrees to you, or does it refer to like 180, like a fan of view to your left and right? Different people might understand left and right to mean like directly or like tilt left or right. When you just say left or right, do you mean a 90-degree switch, or do you mean like this or that? There are cultures that never even had concepts of left or right. They would use cardinal directions.
But just to be clear, you do think that our directions of left and right are socially constructed?
Well, do you mean a direct 90-degree from where you're facing forward?
Yeah, because I think anything else, we have like northeast and other measures for that.
So if something was 67 degrees from where you're facing, so that would be to your right, but not like fully, would you consider that to be to your right, or is that forward?
Partially, but not fully, no.
Oh, well, that sounds like a bit of confusing ambiguity there.
No.
Now, if you want to, well,
67 is
Yes.
almost to 80. But it's more farther away from zero. So it's like, that's how mathematics works too.
so does it become right if it hits the 45 degree, and then past that it would be right, and
Something
then at 135 it would go back
Truly
to, being, like,
to the right
behind?
if it hits a 90-degree angle, just like a triangle. It's truly a triangle once it's 180 degrees and you add up both sides. Like that's how it works.
Isn't it interesting how, socially speaking, when people are saying something is around you, they'll say it's to your left or right if it's at about a 90-degree from where you're facing. But if something's behind you, there seems to be a wider arc. So, like, if you're facing forward, something that's in front of you is in front of you, and then left and right is here. But if it's behind you, it's kind of like just anywhere in the 180-degree slice. You notice that? Like, if
Did you
somebody
beat the
says like
base game?
somebody's behind you,
think I
they
beat
can
the
just be
base
a
game?
little bit behind you. They can be
I don't know
like
about the
kind of
DLC.
right here, but that's more right than it is behind. Isn't that odd?
Do you think that like contradictions can be true?
In language, absolutely. Well, 100%.
Like if somebody identified as an atheist and also identified as a Muslim, would you see that as a contradiction?
Yeah, and those people literally exist. That's literally.
Wait,
a thing.
no, that's not my question. Is that a contradiction to be an atheist and a Muslim at the same time?
It's not a logical contradiction.
It's not a
semantic-
logical contradiction
No.
to be an atheist and a Muslim at the same time.
No, it's a semantic contradiction, but people use those in literature all the time. For example, a person is happy and sad. That's pretty common, right? Like those are considered contrary emotions. Atheistic Jews probably outnumber religious Jews in the United States.
Exactly,
A lot of
Kyriew.
Jews really don't go for the religion stuff that much, but they're considered Jewish by like everyone, including
So
themselves.
I think the confusion is like the reference. When we refer to a Muslim, we are referring to somebody who believes in God. And when we're referring to an atheist, we're referring to somebody who lacks a belief in God. And these two things can't be true at the same time. You can't lack
wait,
a
I
belief
didn't come
in
up- wait, I
something
didn't come up
and
with those
have a belief in
definitions.
something. It's either or.
Wait, I didn't agree to those definitions. I don't know what a
Oh,
Muslim
wait,
is.
you
That's a
don't
complicated question.
agree. You don't agree that atheists lack a belief in God and Muslims believe in a God?
Atheist lacking a belief in a God. I guess it would depend on what you mean by God exactly, because there are definitely like people who are considered atheists who are kind of spiritually leaning or have metaphysical beliefs that might overlap with what I would consider to be like religious. As for Muslim, though, good fucking luck finding that out. Is the Saudi royal family Muslim? Because according to your like Shias and Sunnis, all of
But
the
my thing about
hadiths they follow.
contradictions, though, like take your typical atheist who just believes that there's nothing out there, besides like humans.
Well, what about people
Do you
like?
believe that they? Do you think it's a contradiction if
What about-
somebody says that they lack a belief in God and at the same time they hold a belief in God? Clearly, that's a logical contradiction.
What about people like Elon Musk and the idiots who care for him, who are oftentimes atheists, but they believe that we live in
What?
a simulation that's being controlled by a higher intelligence, like a computer? or an alien race? Isn't that kind of like believing in a god despite not adhering to any sort of metaphysical?
That's not
or
what I
religious...
was asking about.
No, wait. I want to know if somebody believes that they believe that, or if somebody believes that they're in a reality where everything's a simulation controlled by a higher intelligence, some kind of machine entity or whatever, would you say that's a kind of religion, or is that a scientific speculation? Because I'm pretty sure people like Neil deGrasse Tyson have also made claims to that effect.
I think the way that gods are usually defined in the literature I've read is some all-powerful, all-knowing deity that is outside of space and time.
That seems like it kind of fits the definition.
So if that fits, then so be it. But I think we're getting a little bit off topic.
Not at all. But this is, in fact, the exact topic that we're on. You'll never be able to find clear definitions for any of these. The most you can do is make an argument. Here's why I think these things are contradictory. But you can't arrive at an empirical answer.
No, it's objectively Okay, so now that I gave you my definition of God, do you think that an atheistic Muslim is a contradiction? Can you both hold a belief in what I just mentioned, and can you lack a belief in what I just mentioned? Clearly, that's a contradiction.
I mean, considering the fact that we're talking about the metaphysical, people's minds can be changed on a day-to-day basis depending on their personal experiences. In terms of like an aggregate,
I'm not talking about changing minds over a period of time. I'm talking about at this moment in time. Can you hold these two beliefs simultaneously?
If your definition of Muslim involves not being an atheist, then no, you couldn't be both.
Okay, perfect. So
what if being a
these
Muslim
social hold on. These social constructs that you call social constructs can have logical contradictions.
Yeah, but there's no contradiction.
Before you
Muslim
said they
atheists.
couldn't, so now we can
No,
agree.
well, no.
Contracts can have logical
I
contradictions.
said there's a difference between a logical and a semantic contradiction because I know Muslim atheists, like personally, because they're culturally Muslim. Hey, I put up a Christmas tree. Why do I do that? I don't believe in Jesus Christ.
Maybe you just like the tree.
Well, why do I do
think
that's
that
a
you
very
need to do that to be a Christian.
that's a very arbitrary thing for me to have gotten into, considering a total lack of religious belief on my part. And all the Jewish people, like Bernie Sanders. Does Bernie Sanders even actively practice Judaism? But everybody calls him Jewish, right? Like I know plenty of Jewish people who are culturally Jewish and who know rabbis and stuff, but who don't personally care about or practice anything concerning Judaism.
This may be.
That has nothing to do with the idea of.
Wait, no, are they Jewish?
I don't know I haven't looked into Judaism enough to know what you need to believe to be Jewish. I can probably only speak to Islam and Christianity.
But you acknowledge that, like, by you are or aren't a Christian, it would be like you would be arguing like different lines for what it means to be Christian throughout, like, the time, right? Like you might argue right after the split with the Anglican Church that, like, oh well, you aren't really a Christian unless you're Catholic, and then it's, oh well, you're not really.
Some people may define it that way.
If different people can define something like that in different ways.
I asked them, when you say Christian, who are you referring to? When you say man, who are you referring to? What are you referring to? What phenomena are you referring to? That's the questions I ask.
But if the answers are contingent upon people's personal biases and experiences, then what you're talking about is definitionally a social bias. It's a social construct.
Well, I never denied that all words are
Lazy
socially
Pretender,
constructed.
thank you for the follow.
Well, if all words are socially constructed and we agree on that,
Obviously, because who made words besides humans?
then we have to.
Concepts exist mind independent within reality. The
Christianity?
I'm talking about concepts in general.
Well, yeah, but concepts can also be socially constructed. Christianity is socially constructed in a literal sense
Okay,
that we
that's
made
fine.
it.
Yeah, so social constructs can still exist within reality, though. Like, that's what I was showing. And you seem to agree because you believe social constructs can have logical contradictions. The same is true for transgenderism.
Well, anything can have a logical contradiction if
Yes. Existing. A contradiction.
there are mutually exclusive terms. However,
Yeah.
the problem is once you deal with how these terms are used in real life, you realize that very rarely there are logical contradictions. More often, there are semantic ones where you can have Muslim atheists, you can have Christian atheists. There are plenty of them. You can have people whose values seem contradictory, but then you look a little closer and realize that things are just a lot more complicated than you thought. You can have countries that are socially conservative relative to us, but have third genders that are legally recognized because their tradition for such goes back centuries. You will never, this is the logical positivism thing, right? The scientific positivism. These are not questions that can be answered with well, can you logically prove that you're an American? Can you logically prove that you're a man? Can you logically this, logically that? This is why I say, like, you kill English language, because what you don't realize in a quest to ostracize the transgenders or whatever is that the standards you're applying would fuck over everyone, including yourself. None of us benefit from this. It's like, especially the trad types, right? Like the far right trad types, where it's like, oh, Western hegemony, civilization, return. But you go and read Shakespeare or whatever, every other line from Shakespeare is like a metaphor or an allegory that, when examined in its proper meaning, unveils contradictions that you have to accept and reconcile, rather than to look at that and go, well, that can't be
You
right.
should accept contradictions ever. If there's ever a logical contradiction on something, you should reevaluate.
No. Logical contradictions are not the same as just any kind of contradiction. If a person said, like, no, they're not. If a person says, no, have you read a book? If a person says,
I promise you, any
I was happy.
Professor
No, nobody would. Literally nobody. If you said, if I'm reading a text and the text includes a contradiction, as in a character believes two things, or the book states two things, like, I don't know, some Life of Pi shit, like, if I read that, is that like a mistake? No.
Okay, let me give you an example. Life of Pi. That's a good example. I personally have never read that book. I've only seen the movie. Do you think it's possible for somebody to have both read the book and to have not read the book simultaneously?
No. You see, you still don't understand the meanings of contradiction.
No, because that would be a logical contradiction.
No. You still. So what I just said was, not all contradictions are logical contradictions. Here is a contradiction that is not a logical contradiction. Okay, he was both happy to see her leave, but deeply sad. That is a contradiction in a narrative sense, because it identifies distinct emotional experiences that are typically understood to contradict
that
one another.
presupposes that happy and sad are mutually exclusive, which I don't believe.
That's because a
And the
human
example of
emotional.
something that
Okay, what two human emotional experiences are mutually exclusive?
So yeah, like
Holy
the reading
shit,
book
dude.
thing. You can either have read The Life of Pi or you haven't, and this exists for everybody on planet Earth. Everybody on planet Earth has either read
What
this
two
or they
human
haven't.
emotional experiences?
I never
are-
said. I'm not going to speak on qualia, because qualia and like phenomenological experiences are a little bit more complex.
Wait, real? So wait,
Just
so
to stick to
wait,
things.
no.
Wait,
That's
hold
what we're
on,
talking about. No, stop.
Just to
At
stick.
no point. No. We're talking about qualia. What it means to be a man is qualia.
That's not qualia, because you have no evidence to prove that there's such thing as a man brain.
I'm sorry. I'm not talking about man brain. I'm talking about qualia in the sense of accumulated human experience. Wait, what?
Okay,
what does that have to do with
so do you
man
think there's a okay, perfect. Do you think there's a such thing as feeling like a man?
Yeah, absolutely. And
What
people
feeling?
do this
Wait,
all the
what
time.
feeling do all men share?
No, that's not how it works. No
Yes,
feeling.
it is. That's a
No,
property.
wait, I'm sorry. Feeling like an American, what property do all Americans share?
I never accepted that there
No,
was a such thing as feeling
see.
like a
So
man.
wait, explain. So how does this work? Give me any example where
Oh,
a
wait,
person
hold on,
could
hold on,
say,
hold on.
feeling.
If you're
no,
saying that gender-
wow,
hold on.
I'm feeling like a whore. Well, what emotional experience do all whores share? Wow, okay, I'm feeling like such a servant in this house. What emotional experience do all servants share? You realize what you're saying doesn't make any sense,
If
right?
there's
Like, this
wait,
just
hold
isn't how
on.
it
Is there a
works.
such thing as feeling like a man? And if there is a such thing as feeling like a man, then necessarily all men that are real men must have this feeling. And what is that?
Okay, can you explain? So wait, can you explain to me?
explain- no,
no.
you claim that
What,
gender
hold on,
was
wait.
qualia, so
I have proceeded this far, assuming you are merely ignorant, but I have to expect you're actually acting in bad faith if you don't realize that what you're asking right now is insane. Not insane is that it's
claimed it.
difficult for. No. Not insane is that it's difficult for me to prove or whatever. It's insane in the sense that it reveals so much about your thought process. Can you explain to me? Is the sentence, "She feels like a whore," a logically contradictory sentence?
I never claimed that.
Okay,
Because
so
I
you
don't-
no,
because-
just
hold
answer
on,
yes.
hold on.
No. We are not
order to
letting you
answer
walk
this-
away from this. I have been
Then let me answer
remarkably
it. Let me answer.
It's
In
yes or
order
no.
to
It's
answer-
yes or no. You
You
just
have
said
to-
no.
hold
It's
on.
not
In order
contradictory.
to answer the question, you need to ask for clarification. You have to say, well, what do you mean by that? Right? And based on that like response, then you can answer. If it
Okay,
is
hold on.
logical
If you're reading a book where somebody says, "Wow, I feel like a whore," would you like with no further clarification? Would you sneer at that and go, "Oh, wow, what one experience do all whores have?"
Well, it just seems that it would be colloquially what they're saying, but logically
Colloquially?
false.
How so?
Because I don't think any of us can point to one feeling that all whores.
Okay.
Just the same way, I don't think when you claim gender has to do with your feelings,
So,
I don't think you can
this
point
is-
to.
this
Wait,
is a
hold on, hold on.
wait,
Wait,
no,
can
no,
you
wait,
please
you
answer?
answered, and I have to
I
answer now.
answered your
I
question.
have-
Can
no,
I
no, no.
please ask one?
You answered. No, because we're not done.
I did.
No, I have answered and followed this entire idiotic roller coaster ride of questions that you've provided for me, and we now have to hold you to this specifically. So you are telling me that if a person said, I feel like a whore, without further clarification, your presumption would be that they are committing a logical error because your assumption is that
That's
they're
not what
making
I
the
said.
claim.
I said colloquially, likely, what they're referring to is probably feelings of like sexual deviance or whatnot.
Why? Not
That
all
probably
whores
is what
feel
they're
that way.
referring to. Now, if they were to say that all whores share this feeling, I'm going to say
Nobody says that.
I don't
Nobody
think-
has said
Well, you
that.
said that man is a man, as in the gender, is a feeling people have. So what is that feeling? Describe it.
No, I didn't. Wait, I did
Yes, you
not
did
say that.
say
I have
that.
not said the word feeling at any point.
I asked you.
We're
you
not
said
moving away from the. We're not moving away from this line, okay? So if somebody said,
Yes, you did
I
say
feel,
that.
I feel like a whore," your assumption in a colloquial sense would not be, "Oh, they think that there's a shared experience that every single whore has had." Whatever.
Yeah.
You would think that they're referring broadly to a set of traits we associate with whores, like they feel like they've been put upon, or that they're being slutty, or that they are being sexually exploited, or something.
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
probably what I'd colloquially recognize that they're referring to when they
Right.
say that. And then I would
So-
ask them, I would like
would
if
you
it was if it was a debate setting like this, I'd be like, you recognize that this is not a universal.
Why
Therefore,
would you?
can't
Why would you
attribute
ask that? That's
concept.
no. That's so autistic. No human.
Don't say
No,
that.
I'm giving you advice. No human ever will ever say, "I feel like a duh," and what they're doing is saying that there is a shared emotional experience for every single member of that group. Like that has
then
never
how-
happened in
that,
human
that
history.
proves that not all trans men are men. 'Cause
No,
we
it
have
doesn't.
what
No, no,
property-
stop. You're
No,
so-
it
you're
doesn't.
so out of your
No,
depth.
it's stupid. No.
So your understanding of this, like this is not how people talk, communicate. Your understanding of language is deficient. Now, all I'm saying is that the saying a person, I feel like a whore, they're colloquially referring to a set of shared experiences and understandings. Ones that might not everyone might get, by the way, because not everyone might understand what it means to be a whore. They might not have an expectation. So when a person says, I feel like a man, which to be fair, this is something everyone says. Cisgender people, trans people, men, women, all of them at some point
Yeah,
have
because
said,
it has
like,
a different referent. They're not literally saying they refer. They're like
well,
feel
it's
like a
almost like
what
the
they're
language
saying-
game is complicated. They
what
say,
they're
I
saying-
feel like
I never
a
said
man.
it wasn't. What they're
So-
saying is that they probably feel masculine, but you even acknowledge that there is non-masculine men out there. There are
No, not-
non-masculine trans men out there.
Not just feeling masculine. What about, for example, what about a
That's generally what people mean when they say they feel like a man. They feel masculine.
that is often a part of it, but it's not always about feeling masculine. Sometimes it's about feeling put upon in a way that refers to, like, for instance, I think I've said, like, I feel like a woman after I've been talked over a couple of times, like in a given social setting. I don't think it's feminine to be talked over. What I'm referring to is a kind of broader understanding of, like, an experience. Now, not every woman has been talked over.
Wouldn't that still be a feminine social role, though, to be submissive on people when people are talking?
Okay, all right. So if we're opening up, I feel like a man, I feel like a
And
woman.
I want to
include-
clarify that this is still off topic. I'm just pointing out that there is no such thing as a universal feeling that all men have.
I've never said there is. The only thing that all
Okay,
men
then
have
how
is
are
that
you
they
coming?
identify
Okay,
as
then let's
men,
get back on topic then. What do all men have in common?
being men.
Which is what?
What do all whores have in common?
Wait, answer my question. What is?
What do all
what is
whores have? No, answer. What do all whores have in common?
Oh, answer my question. I asked.
What do all whores have in common?
I asked first.
But I've answered this like a million times, and
No,
you have
you
failed
haven't
to.
without
No.
being
I have
circular.
presented so many contrary examples that you have not managed to thread through at all. You haven't done it with American. You haven't done it with chairs. You haven't done it with
I did.
now
I gave
whores.
a response to the chair
No,
thing.
no, you have not given a response that helps me understand how this is any different.
This is psychic damage, chat. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm giving you all an out. I'm giving you all an out. I'm giving you all an out, okay? I'm giving you guys an out. I'm giving you an out.
Different. Now, I want to know with whores. What?
You can switch this out for Tucker X Green Eminem fan fiction.
Shared common trait is
At
there
30
two
subs.
I don't
whores?
think this is relevant to the proposition.
Then it
I'm
should be a
sure
quick
there's some
answer.
definition out there that I do not know.
Then just an answer. What's the shared experience?
I don't think there's a shared experience, mind you.
Shared
It's
what then?
probably a
Emotional
shared
state?
concept. But what does this
Gotta be riverboat.gg subs, baby.
have to do with what do all men have?
What
in
is
common?
the shared? What do all whores have in common?
I'm not
what
sure
do
what
all Americans
I'm
have in
not
common?
sure what people are referring to when they refer to somebody that does that.
Remember how many times I've said now you're desperately trying to apply a standard to gender that no other term can hold up to? What do all Americans have in common?
Well, there are still some necessary and sufficient conditions for being anything.
What do all Americans have? Then this should be an easy answer then. You're American. You seem to have no accent, at least relative to me. So you should know. You've been in America.
Okay, I'll say at the very least, in order to be an American, you must know what America is.
You must know what America is?
Yeah, and I'm not saying that's sufficient. That's one necessary condition. Now,
Fully disagree.
You believe somebody can be American without ever knowing what
Thoisome, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs.
Gifted asterisk 5 tier 1 asterisk subscriptions.
Let's get it going, babies. Also, we are now 25 subs away. Let's go, folks. Thoisome, thank you for getting us off to a nice start, and thank you for specifically gifting a sub to Sir Booty Clap, someone with an amazing username. What game is this? This is The Last Spell, and it's really good. I'm very much enjoying it.
America is.
Yeah, I think if I went back in time, like really far back, and I found some dude under Mansa Musa who was like this big freedom guy who's like, here are my wares, hey, for you a deal, you know, that, I think I could go up to that guy and go, dude, this guy's a fucking American. Hell yeah, brother. For sure, 100%.
I don't think they would be just because they talk a certain way, but that gets off topic because you did say an American is somebody who identifies as an American.
Oh, that's one part of it, sure. But keep in mind that a lot of people never actually identify as a gender. They just accept what's given to them. I think that social ascriptions can also refer a kind of utility, especially in the absence of understanding of a concept. So, for example, our understanding of what it means to be a man or a woman would not have existed 10,000 years ago, not even remotely. But we can
men
still
and
go
women
back in
did
time.
exist 1,000 years ago.
Males
Even
and
under-
Males
Men
and
and
females did,
women did too.
but their understanding of men and women was super different from ours.
I'm
What it
going
meant to
off
be a
what
man.
you understand them to be now.
Off of what we understand to be now, a man today, they didn't have cowboy hats 10,000 years ago.
Do you think to be a man has something to do with the cowboy hat?
Have you ever been to Texas? Yeah, there are people who certainly feel that way, 100%.
I'm going off what you're referring to when you say men, not how other people are referring to men.
Their men were different from ours, but we could still go back in time and point to somebody who's really fucking masculine and manly by our standards today and go like, yeah, that's a man, you know? Hell, we can do this with animals. We do this with non-humans all the time. We assign masculine and feminine ascriptions to animals, buildings, vehicles. We've done it to aliens, fantasy races, demons, and gods in our media. We clearly have no issue transcribing what it means to be a man onto things that have nothing to do with men or even biological
Okay.
humanity.
But you do realize, in the context of this discussion, when the majority of trans activists refer to men and women and refer to trans men and trans women, they're referring to human people because you'll often hear trans rights or human rights or something like that.
Well, we are human, sure, but there are trans non-humans, sure.
Like,
Well, there are literally like animals that change sex and gender. There are lionesses.
oh, excuse me. I thought being a man was identifying as a man, being a woman was identifying as. I did not know non-humans had the capacity to do that.
Yeah, there are primitive gender roles for some other species.
Really, and they identify as men or women, and then they adopt that gender. Non-humans do.
Well, considering the fact that those lionesses, which were born biologically female, responded to a deficiency of males in their environment by making the choice to start acting like male lions, and even ended up growing manes.
So
would
wait,
say-
hold on.
Wait, no, stop, because you're about to say something really dumb. So I'm going to be really, really clear about this, okay? Given that gender is a social role, animals have social roles, like wolves and stuff, and like monkey packs. Their understandings of gender, we'll never know them because we're humans and they don't talk English. But if you're seriously about to argue that there's no social life to like these mammals, then that is like shockingly ignorant.
What-
And
no,
I'm
what
just
I
giving you
am
the chance
arguing-
to not make that mistake.
What I am arguing is that not all lionesses have to occupy a female role to be a lioness.
Yeah, but how?
Just like not
Wait,
all men
neither-
have to adopt, not all men have to adopt this set of associates with the male category to be a man.
I never said. I said they have to identify as the category, not the traits within it. How would we know what
Yeah, and
category
wait,
a
doesn't-
lioness
do you think-
ascribes to?
And I think this would also
No, you
contradict
still
the
don't
animal.
understand the difference. The traits that we're referring to with the lioness example are the ascribed social traits and expectations with being a man, not the identification. How do we know what an animal identifies as?
They don't, as far as we understand it.
No, but there are male and female animals in social roles that adopt the mannerisms
I
of
don't think
the other
that
sex.
mannerisms, their biological instincts, sure, those exist pretty ubiquitously.
Wait, we have biological
but-
instincts.
But yeah, and that's what I will say. But I think with humans, at least the way I've heard most trans inclusive people and genders describe it, is that exists as a result of complex social interaction. And I think this exists in the definition you gave too, with all the social roles, expectations we associate with males. This is something that I think uniquely our species has done to a very high level.
Yeah, and I think in a very primitive level, there are some other species that have. By the way, what I'm saying is objectively correct. This isn't a social thing. We know for a fact that there are animals that have like social lives with other members of their own species, where they will make the choice to act in ways that contradict what you would expect for their sex.
Yeah, that doesn't make them transgender just
Well, I
because
think
they
that-
occupy a
I think
different
that
role.
when we call them transgender, it's kind of like when we say animals are homosexual for choosing male partners. In reality, we don't actually know how much of it involves like personal conscious choice. We are anthropomorphizing them or humanizing them by ascribing an element of our behavior onto them.
Yeah.
When like there was those two gay penguins or whatever, like we don't know that the penguins are gay. We know that they formed like a life bond or something, but we don't know. But when we say like, oh, the gay penguins, we're basically just kind of going, okay, well, it's kind of like that. Same with the trans thing.
I don't think it's even kind of like that. Do you agree that men can oftentimes and do occupy feminine social roles, and that has nothing to do with their identity as a man?
I can't. I don't know how many times I can repeat this.
Well, you said it's similar.
It's
I don't
about
think it's
we
similar.
can't know what an animal identifies as because they literally can't talk. It's a meaningless trait to ascribe. We only see their behavior. Especially considering the fact that the female lionesses seem to physically transition by growing a mane, which I don't even know how the biology on that works, but it's pretty impressive. Like, again, with the concept of trans and gender identification don't work on animals because we literally can't ask them what their identity
No, I
is.
agree. That's what I was trying to say. Is I don't think it applies to non-human beings, but you seem to.
I think that the broader trend of acting in behaviors that contradict what you would be sexually, like in a sex-based way, expected to do, and even physical transition are present in the animal kingdom, but obviously they don't literally have like social identifiers the way we do.
Yeah. So
But they can be
I'm
gay.
Sure why that was
clearly.
even brought up, because we can both agree that clearly this is a uniquely human social construct under your view.
Well, no, because it happens to non-humans in media.
Oh, so you're talking about like fictional characters?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so when you say, I noticed you brought up this objection in one of your debates, like, oh, if we refer to fictional characters as men and women, that proves men and women are not just for human beings.
It is kind of strange that people will argue that a woman is an adult human female, and then they will have no trouble identifying elves, dwarves, AI, or any other number of fictional characters as women, unambiguously, with absolutely no sense of irony. It is kind of confusing, yeah.
So do you think that, I think firstly, most trans inclusive activists would agree that a trans girl and a trans woman are, you know, human being terms. But the objection with, well, in media, there's other women and men, therefore a woman and man is not a uniquely adult concept. I mean,
No, it's
you're
not a uniquely human concept. They
uniquely
literally
human
refer
concept,
to.
excuse
Yeah.
me. So I think that in this context, we're using the term man and woman to convey that which looks like a woman. We all understand that they are not actually men and women, and this can be seen in an example like a stone lion. We may call a stone lion a lion, like, hey, look at that lion over there, but that doesn't change the fact that lion is a is based on taxonomy. It's not based on what you look like. And
Oh,
this
that is an interesting point. Maybe a lion is more than a specific species of animal. Was Alexander the Great not a lion in his own right?
I think I'm referring to like the lion as an animal here.
Well,
So-
if you said biological lion, then no, Alexander the Great was not a biological lion.
Well,
But
do you
was
think
he a
do you
lion?
take I don't really know enough about him, but like, do you take a stone lion, like a statue of a lion? Do you think that is a real lion?
I think yeah, it's a lion. Yeah, it's right there. Yeah, it's not a biological lion, but yeah, it's a lion right there. Like if
Okay.
you pointed to a painting of a man and asked, "Is that a man?" I wouldn't go like, "Well, no, it's like paint arranged like a man." No, it's a man.
Mhm.
Like I wouldn't say it's a biological, physical human.
Yeah.
2-minute
Yeah.
warning before we have to go into the Q&A.
Oh, good lord. And they, by the way, people refer to like fictional characters as women, even if they don't even look like women. GLaDOS from Portal, Shodan from System Shock. There are myriad examples of like people effortlessly ascribing man and woman, terms that are ostensibly human and biological, anywhere they choose to, as long as the vibe is right. And that's what it is, a vibe. GLaDOS is a robot, right? We refer to boats as she, you know. I don't like the idea of like we've had millennia of people playing with sex and gender as descriptive and metaphorical terms and analogies, and then like it's like, well, no, now that trans people have any kind of public visibility, we have to pretend that in reality we've all adhered to this like nonsensical standard of medical
So if
taxonomy.
I could respond to the objection that just because we refer to fictional characters as men and women, that proves that man and women are not terms just for human beings. I think it just has the same way we use fool's gold and real gold. Like if I were to show you fool's gold and real gold, you wouldn't be able to distinguish between the two because they phenotypically look the same. Such is the case. But we know
But
they're
they
intrinsic.
know
Wait,
that
hold
like
on. We know they're
GLaDOS and
intrinsic
Shodan. Wait,
properties.
hold on.
Oh, can I-
GLaDOS
okay.
doesn't look like
We know
she
they're
looks like a big
intrin-
robot. It's not like there's not like a trick.
I don't know who that is, but if we have fool's gold and real gold, the intrinsic properties are different. Such is the case with the intrinsic properties of a mythological character is different from what we consider man and woman. We just use it to refer to who looks like a man and woman.
But
Hello.
GLaDOS looks like a big robot.
I don't know who that.
Okay. Chat. You have been saved by a guardian angel, okay? Who just called me. However, this salvation comes at a cost. And that cost is that I must leave you now. So you've been saved, but also I have to go. I'm sorry, folks. But fear not, sweet chatters. We've paused the video, and it can come back. So don't you worry, everybody. We will miss you is okay. VCC TV. I'll miss you guys too. I'll be back maybe tomorrow, but probably on Tuesday, okay? Tomorrow I have D&D in the evening, so if I do stream, it will be an early stream. Is everything good? Yes. I am going to go watch trashy TV with my partner and maybe have sex. And also eat some dinner. So that's my plan. I hope you all have a lovely day. Oh god, it can come back? Yes, and all of the subs that you guys sent to me, they'll still count for skipping, okay? Your efforts have not been in vain. All right. I love you all. Where are we gonna raid you guys into? Where are we gonna send you guys? Let's send you to. Oh, we gotta send you to Doodleburp. Wait. Ooh, no. Let's send you to Rhizome. I like Rhizome. I feel like I haven't given Rhizome enough love. All right, all you chatters into the raid machine. You have to get into the raid. Shinji, get into the raid machine. Shinji, goddammit. Bye, everybody. I had a really good time streaming with you guys, and you guys helped me to not freak the fuck out over the holiday. And I really appreciate it. Thanks. Thanks for being rad. Bye, everybody.